attention paddock. We have cars in batch 5 to the start line now. That's cars in batch 5 to the start line now.
Against you there. Aye. Whereas Paul wasn't the championship either, it was just more I want to be Derek. Aye. Aye. Then you've got your 8, that's it done. laps for the rest of the season. I think so, yeah. Aye. Yeah. Aye. That's his season gone. That's motorsport though. I'm not running. I'm going to do probably both forest work days, just because we're registered to cross border anyway. Maybe do September, do one day on that, just for out back and run up the hill. And but then I might do both forest work days, and then we'll see it here. Learn that a little bit more with it either. Well, I know where I'm going to walk with it, so he used to walk and stuff like that. When I watch back with Trevor's, I'm like, he's in.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, on the hill and in the paddock. Welcome to Doune HillClimb on a sunny Sunday for the second day of our two-day national event with rounds of the various national hill climb championships. We've got the Avon Tyres British Hill Climb Championship, the Bootman James British Hill Climb Cup, the Guys and Scottish Hill Climb Championship, and the Film Transco Lowland Speed Championship. This morning, just to let you know what's happening, we're just finishing off with one more batch. Will be the only practice run today for the drivers. They were here all day yesterday. I had two practice runs yesterday, and then two timed runs. So today we're doing one practice run for them all. We've got one batch to go, and there'll be one set of time runs and a top 12 runoff, and then we'll have lunch, and in the afternoon we'll do another set of time runs and a second top 12 runoff at the end of the day. So far we've seen this weekend a new outright hill record yesterday for Alex Summers in his DJ Firestorm of a 34.38. There were a number of other records set through the classes yesterday. We had 5 class records and an outright hill record. And so we shall maybe expect more of the same today. A number of changes to the programme we shall go through once we get started on the main runs. But if you've got a programme, very good. Keep a note of these changes. And there's some space to put some times in. Squeeze it alongside the entries. And then towards the back of the programme you'll find blanks to fill in the runners are right to the top 12 runoffs, and also the positions in the British Hill Climb Championship and the British Hill Climb Cup up until before yesterday. And when we get round to the championship, I'll update you with the current scores after yesterday's meeting. So 2 runoffs yesterday, 2 runoffs today, rounds 13 to 16 of the championship. So we have one batch of cars to go for practice, as I said, and this is the batch for the inter-club license holders, so the classes SA through to SN, and these are running in the Scottish Championship and the Lowland Championship. So they'll be up for one more practice run, and then we'll get started at the back at the beginning with class A1. A small batch of double drivers before then, class A1, and then run through the programme to the end before the top 12 runoff. So we'll get back to you once we start the timed runs, but good morning to you all, as I said, and welcome to Doune.
Thank you. Right, buddy.
attention paddock, and we'll have cars in batch 1 to the start line now, please. That's cars in batch 1 to the start line now. Attention paddock, that concludes practice this morning. Next runs up will be batch 01 for timed runs. That's timed runs, batch 01, thank you. So we are now finished practice. Tom Marsh Midget was the last car that was going up for practice. We're now going to run the first batch of dual entry cars. So on the line now is number 711 in class A1. Alex Howells in his Hillman the Super Imp, all the way up from Devon. Regular competitor here at Doune. So we've got 4 cars in this batch, dual entries. They will go up and then come back down, and their co-drivers will go up in the following batch. And this will occur throughout the day where with dual entry cars, the first driver will generally run one batch ahead of the second cut driver. So Alex Howells is up on the hill, it's through Junction, and heading out towards East Bray. And NTS is heading towards the finish line while Mark Lawrence leaves the line, number 724, and an AMS Mortaya. It's a kit car with a Subaru engine and transmission and four-wheel drive system. Sharing that with John Pick will go up shortly. So Mark Lawrence, number 724 is the second car on the hill. And meanwhile, a time for Alex Howells of 66.34. 66.34 for Alex Howells.
Mark Lawrence is followed up by Dylan Fletcher. Dylan and his father Jonathan running in Class B, road going specialist production cars, in their 1 litre Suzuki engine Caterham 7. Time for Mark Lawrence in the Mortaya is 56.10. 56.10. And the final runner in this small batch of double entries is local man Alan Reid in his Peugeot 205. The time for Dylan Fletcher of 47.24. And that is better than the time today yesterday from Dylan, so obviously laid down the gauntlet to Father Jonathan, who beat him yesterday by just 1800ths of a second. So Jonathan's got a bit to do now to overtake Dylan. So Alan Reid through the S's and heading up towards the finish line in a time of 50.68. That's number 737, Alan Reid in Class C2. 50.68. As I said, all the drivers apart from one were here yesterday competing, and we had a number of close battles and, as you know, class records, but also a number of people who had obviously contact with the barriers, some more heavily than others, and so they will be non-starting today. So I'll take you through the programme, which hopefully you got, and we'll go through the changes to the programme while we get cars just coming down the hill. Class A1 in the first page, in the first buff covered page of the programme. Class A1, we actually a new class record there set yesterday by number 15 Robert Marwood. He set a time of 50.69 in his Renner Clio. So a long-standing record from Jim King of 7 years ago, now been broken by Robert Marwood from Manchester on his first visit to the hill. He expected to do it, he said, by the end of the weekend, not on his third run yesterday. And the one change there is number 16 Jim King, who was in this class yesterday, has now moved to Class SF, later on the Mazda class. Further down that page in Class C1, for modified cars up to 1400, car number 31, Melvin Hartley, has moved to Class D, and car number 32, David Robb, is a non-starter. So on page after that, Class C2, English Drummond, number 36, was one of those who contacted the barriers yesterday. So 36 a non-starter. And David Adam, number 38, had a contact with the barriers and the wall, in fact, I think today. So it's likely to be non-starter, well, number 38, David Adam. So down to 3 cars in that class. Class C3 had also been decimated a bit by non-starters. Number 45, David Bradley, and number 743, Laura Wardle, are non-starters. In Class D, add Melvin Hartley, number 31, moving up from Class C1. But also Andrew Griffiths, number 51, is a non-starter. He was here for practice yesterday, but had some issues with misfire, and he went home yesterday afternoon. So 51 a non-starter. And in Class F, Brian Beverley, number 59, he did one run yesterday and had clutch issues. So Brian Beverley, 59, is a non-starter. And they go on, a few more to come. Class I, racing cars over 600 up to 1100. 2 non-starters after yesterday's incidents, number 74, Keith Weeks, and number 78, George Cole Jr. are non-starters. The late entry, David Tatham, is actually number 79, and you've got to swap the drivers for number 71 and 771. 71 is Tom Weaver, and 771 is now Richard Weaver. Then the car for number 77 is an OMS 3000M, not an OMS 28. That's 77 and 777. In Class J1 we had a new record yesterday set by 17-year-old Alex Coles. There's Van Diemen 48.89. And today we've got an additional driver in that class, 702, Lindsay Summers. 702 Lindsay Summers is moving from Class L to the Formula 4 class and sharing Sarah Bosworth's Van Diemen RF85. So 702 Lindsay Summers to add to Class J1, and more later because we've got a car on the line. And this is James Hudson in his very rapid Volkswagen Golf. James, another long distance visitor down from up from Austria St Mary, right down in Devon. James was third in class yesterday, having failed in his first run. And James is followed by another of the Devon visitors. This is Jonathan Langmead in his Lotus Elise 135. So James Hudson's up through Junction, heading across the meadow, up through the S's, and will be across the finishing line very shortly. So 52.15 for James Hudson, 52.15, so safely up with his first run today. Jonathan Langmead, comparable times really with James Hudson, slightly quicker so far on the lower reaches of the hill. And number 14, James Lovell, in the first of three Renault Clios we have in this class. James Lovell is on the hill, but Jonathan Langmead now is over the finish line at 51.99, which moves him into the lead in the class above James Hudson. I'll be happy with that because I think James beat him yesterday by a few hundred. So on the line now, in fact I left the line, is 15 Robert Marwood, the new class record holder in his Renault Clio. So the practice time slightly slower than his class record this morning, but obviously now down to business, and we'll see how he gets on this later run. James Lovell's time, James Lovell 14, 57.51. Robert Marwood. Robert Marwood followed up by the last runner in this class today. Maybe not, maybe dead Roth. Robert Marwood followed up by Jenny Howells. In the Family Hillman Imp. But there's a time for Robert Marwood, still going, but he's obviously had a problem because we've got a time for Junction but not for the S's. So we'll be trying that a little bit harder to break the record again, so we'll have a bit of a break here while we work out what's happening. So the recovery vehicle has just gone up the hill. Should tell you I'm sitting down here next to the start line, so I can't really see what's happening on the upper reaches of the hill. So bear with me. And that looks a bit worrying because now the fencing van has gone up as well. So perhaps Robert had an incident with the barrier going across the meadow or over East Bray. I mean, a few people went off there yesterday. Paul Hunter in his Clio had an incident just as he left Junction. George Cole in the single season Force went off near the top link of East Bray. And Keith Weeks also had an incident on that area of the hill. So a few people finding it as they enter into the sunshine from the tunnel perhaps, they get a bit excited at the open spaces in front of them. But anyway, Robert Barwood, obviously if fails, he won't be breaking his class record in this run, and we'll have to see how damaged the car will be when he comes back down again. So Jenny Hills is given a red flag, she'll get a rerun very shortly. But going back to the programme changes, so we did up to class J1 the Formula Ford cars with the addition of Lindsay Summers, and also Alex Calder's amazing new Formula Ford records. On the next page, class K1, Jonathan Varley lowered his record, which stood at 38.67. His record is now 38.22 from yesterday's runs. And then further down in class L, Alex Summers lowered his class record by 200ths of a second to 35.56. This is before he did the even faster time in the runoff. But time set in the runoff do not count as a class record. So his class record is 35.56, but his hill record now stands at 34.38. So also in class L you can move Lindsay Summers number 702, who was shooting Alex as a DJ, now moving to Formula Ford class. In class N, we did another class record, this one from George Cole in his Chevy B45, and it stands now at 47.75. Class SA, non-starters Paul Hunter, number 20 in the Clio, and an additional runner there is 109 in class SA, 109 Colin McAteer, MCATEER, in a Caterham. And another additional runner in class SB, number 123, Roland Skinner, in a Mini. Class SF, the Scottish MX5 registered cars. You could add number 16 Jim King, who's moved from class A1 in his Mazda. And we have a period of 2 non-starters today, number 119 Christopher McDade and number 120 James Coulthard. So we're down to 2 starters in that class. And finally, class SM and class SN are, I think actually Leadland School is in class SM, so class SN is empty. And I think that is the end of the changes to the programme. I hope you keep hold of your programmes when you go home again, because it's going to be very useful in the future. To just remind yourself of what happened today a long time in the future when you're looking back and maybe you come along to the 75th Doune anniversary in 20 odd years time. So Robert Marwood's car's run back down himself from the top of the hill. Just come down to the start line now. Just some manoeuvring of cars down here before the start line, but the recovery and the clerk of the course and the fencing truck are not back yet. So let's look at perhaps a quick run through at the moment the positions after yesterday in the Avon Tyres British HillClimb Championship. It's the fastest 12 runners who are registered will compete in 2 runoffs today. So we had 2 runoffs yesterday. The first one won by Alex Summers from Wallace Mingies and Scott Moran, and the second one by Scott Moran from Alex and Wallace. These 3 hogging the top 3 spots over the weekend at the moment, and they're also the fastest 3 in practice today. So 4th in the first run of yesterday was Paul Hames in the turbocharged Gould, very good 4th for Paul there, and followed by David Warburton, who's a good day yesterday in the Gould, and then Matthew Ryder in another Gould. second runoff was Scott Moran, Alex Summers, Willis Mingies, and then Trevor Willis, who had an off at the top of his parade. The first runoff came back to finish fourth in the second one, followed by Dave Juren and David Warburton. Richard Spedding scored points in the second runoff, having had a mechanical issue in the first one, and then Matthew Ryder scored 8th position, etc. The Scottish interest here was that Stuart Sugden qualified for both runoffs, a 7th and an 11th, and then also led much of the 12th and 11th rather. And Simon Mackay qualified for his first runoff ever, and finished in 12th position in the second runoff. So at the end of that yesterday, the current position in the championships have Alex Summers, and this is before drop of scores come into play, because the worst 6 rounds in the year are dropped in the final totals. Alex Summers currently lies first in the gross total of 133, from Wallace Mingies on 128 and Scott Moran on 121. Matthew Ryder on 88, Trevor Wills 83, then Dave Wren 68, Richard Spedding on 36, the semi-retired, not continuing this year, Will Hall, is still at 26, but he's been overtaken by David Warburton. David Warburton now 8th after yesterday's good scores, and then Will Hall and Paul Hibbs are tied for 9th position. This is the only time the championship will visit Doune this year. If you've been in the past, you may remember there were 2 visits, one in June and one in September. But this year and last year, they've compressed all into one weekend. So it was a long day yesterday. We eventually finished here just after 7 o'clock, but because of the number of incidents, we're hoping to get much quicker than that today. We're having one less practice run today. So that's why we're now in the competitive runs before lunch. If you haven't been here to Doune before, please remember to visit the paddock cars in the paddock, where you'll see a wide variety from your minis up to the amazing single-seaters powered by up to 4-litre sports car V8 engines. Go and talk to drivers, they're always very happy to chat to you, as long as it's not just before the run, when they're becoming focused for the run, but anything you see them standing around, go and have a chat and talk to them about their cars and what they expect for the weekend. If you do want to get into hill climbing, there are a number of ways to do that. There are cheaper options, we say. Obviously you can use your road car, or have a look at the Formula Ford cars which are here, and have a chat to young Alex Coles or Sarah Bosworth, and talk to them about how to get started using a Formula Ford car which uses road tyres and is very reliable and gives you good grounding into hill climbing. But I think we're just about ready to start to go again. As Jenny Howells comes up the line, having had a red flag in her last run. Jenny obviously up with her husband Alex from down south in Devon. Jenny generally slightly quicker than Alex, so he did a 66.34. And then the last car in this class is the third of our Clios, is number 17, Derek Rothney, down from Inverurie, who finished second in class yesterday, behind Robert Marwood, having So Jenny Howells is up through junction, up through the S's, headed towards the finishing line. That's a 63.78 for Jenny, so yes, 2 seconds quicker than Alex. So Derek Rossi's target is Jonathan Langby's 51.99, which is better yesterday both occasions, so there should be a class leading run from Derek Rossi. After Derek, we have the only runner in Class A2, which is Ronnie Isles. Again, up from Devon. We've got a lot of Devonian and Cornwall people here this weekend. Ronnie Isles from Tiverton in his Alfa Romeo 4C. Lovely looking car, this will be running it all year in this class in the HillClimb Cup. But Derek Rossi's time is 52.19. Which is 5 good enough for third in Class A1. The class led at halfway by Jonathan Langmead from James Hudson and Dave Rosney. And Ronnie Isles is up over towards the finish line, going along the top straight. 53.72. And then we got the return of the Mortaya. We've already seen the one, Mark Lawrence's hand. This is now John Pick, who's been running the car for a number of years. A slight incident with the barriers yesterday, but the car was just a slight bodywork damage and it wound its way up towards the top of the hill. That's a 54.83 for John Pick, so faster than his co-driver Mark Lawrence. And behind John Pick is John Emerson from Bears Den in his Westfield. He shared this car with Scott Brownlee, who appears in the Scottish classes later. But John Emerson's time is a 51.12, which puts him in the second place at the moment. But the next two cars will be challenging that time. Robbie Burrell in this amazing 3.5 supercharged Lotus Exige V6 Cup. And then Jonathan Flesher in the Caterham. Time for Robbie Burrell, 49.33, which puts him in the second place at the moment.
Attention paddock, and we'll have cars in batch 2 at the start line now, please. Cars in batch 2 at the start line now.
So a time there for Jonathan Flesher, 48.27. So Son Dillon leads the way in that. Son Dillon leads the way in that class at the moment. Gavin Neat, the only runner in Class C1. His Peugeot 106 is up across the finishing line. And a time of 50.15. 50.15. If you've watched the lower reaches of the hill, you'll just have seen Jock Ramsey go up in his Opel Manta, bright orange machine. He's followed up by Stuart Reid in the family Peugeot. So Jock Ramsey 50.10, which takes lead at the moment ahead of Alan Reid. Stuart Reid won the clash yesterday, very close to David Allen's clash record. Time for Stu, rate of 46.50. As expected, we won't see David Adams. I had a bit of an off in the low reaches of the hill earlier on today. There's 3 cars left in that class. Now we're on to the dual drivers. And there's 55 Mike West. This is now class F. It says 55 Mike West here. Usually it's the other driver that goes first, but we've got Mike West on the screen at 58.78. And Paul Ramsey in the family Nova, followed up by Richard Mallet in the first of the 2 radicals we have here this weekend. Time for Paul Ramsey of 52.32. And Richard Mallet is followed down the hill by Anime Furnace in the second of the 2 radicals we have here. Time for Richard Mallet of 53.37. Anime Furnace just going across the finish line shortly. The time of 55.69. 55.69. That's the end of that batch. So going back up to class A1. Top of the class at the moment, the average Jonathan Langmaid in the Lotus Elite set a new record at Gurston Down a few weeks ago, and been gradually leveling the hill over the weekend. He'll be pleased with that 51.99. He takes up above his friend James Hudson, 52.15, and then Derek Rosney looking to third this morning so far, 52.19. Fourth is James Lovell at 57.51. And then 5th, Jenny Howells, and 6th, Alex Howells. And Robert Marwick failed to finish. Gordon Howells running on his own in Class A2, obviously leading that class. In Class B, for the specialist production cars, Dylan Fletcher leads on 47.24, ahead of Father Johnson on 48.27. And in 3rd place, we've got Robbie Burrell, 49.33. They're followed by George Emerson, John Pick and Mark Lawrence in the AMS for tyre. Gavin Neat running himself in Class C1, obviously lead that class. Then Class C2, we're down to 3 cars there now, but Stuart Reid leads the way, 46.50. From Jock Ramsey, 50.10, and Alan Reid, 50.68. And that's the classes we've had so far. As I say, they have the top 12 runoff later on in the day, or later in the morning, and later on in the day as well. We have 2 runoffs today for the top 12 registered competitors in the British HillClimb Championship. And this weekend we have approximately 40 altogether trying to qualify for the top 12. The majority of those will come from the single-seaters. In fact, most of them will come from single-seaters. and you're looking probably at a time in the 38 seconds to get into that top 12. Even 39 probably will not quite make it perhaps, but 36, 37, 38 seconds will be the target to get to qualify. We've actually had 3 qualifiers, 3 registered competitors already. Go up the hill, James Lovell in class 1, number 14, and then Dylan and Jonathan Fletcher. So at the moment, in theory, Dylan Fletcher leads the qualifiers on a 47.24 from Jonathan, 48.27. But unless we have a tremendous shower of rain, they will not be qualifying later on in the afternoon or later on in the morning. Each of the class runs is also a round of the British HillClimb Cup, and drivers score points according to position against the other registered competitors in the class. I'm not going to try and give you detailed numbers for who's leading or doing well in that, but at the moment, after yesterday's 2 records, Alex Cole is certainly the top runner in the cup at the moment, and he was followed closely by Richard Spedding, and Robert Barwood, who picked out a record yesterday, will also go up there in the order. Alan McDonald and the Mini Evo, just a couple of lower places yesterday. He was second and third in the 2 runs, so he has lost a ground to the others around him for winning the class and scoring championship points, scoring record points as well. He got 1 point for beating the record at the start of the weekend, and that'll be the same in the top 12 runoff. If the drivers in the runoff beat the record at the start of the weekend, which was Scott Moran's 34.67, then they will get the extra record point. Not the new record set yesterday, but the record at the start of the weekend. So the first kind of batch, you know, one of our Doune faithful, Jeff Tremlow, who comes all the way from Hale in Cornwall, near Penzance, near Land's End. So Jeff Tremlow, the Super Impressor, a long-time supporter of Doune since he first found it many years ago when he was working up this way. He makes the journey up to Doune every time we have a meeting here, if he has a car available. So you'll see him back here again in September. So a 2-car class, Jeff Tremlow and Jonathan Williamson, also from down in Somerset area, in a Porsche Carrera. So Jeff Tremlow leaves the line in the Subaru. And these 2 cars in this class are both very quick off the line. Occasionally I'll give you a 64-foot time, and that's the time to reach 64 feet from the start line, and if you do it in 2 seconds, you've pulled 1 G of gravity. Anything less than 2 means you're exceeding the force of gravity. So Jeff Tremlow is a 2.17. And Jonathan Williamson, they're 2.07. The quickest we saw yesterday, I think it was 1.86 from Alan McDonald, and Wallace Mingus usually pulls at 1.95 to 1.99. So Jeff Tremlow at the top of the hill, 54.42. These 2 quite a battle yesterday. Jeff led up the first run, and then Jonathan came back to pip him the second run.
And John is followed up by the first of the Westfield Caterham cars we have in the Class D. The time for Jonathan Williams since he takes the lead in the class, 53.35. So it's Jonathan first and Jeff second in that class. So Melvin Hartley's left line, the Westfield Megabusa. The addition to the programme in this class moved from class A2. And he's up to the finishing line. In a time of 50.56 for Melvin Hartley, 50.56. Ross Sullivan is next. It is GBS 0. He's sharing this again with Kenneth Sutherland, who's running in the Scottish classes later on. 2-litre engine in this car. One of the many Lotus 7 lookalikes we have around these days. And after 48 we have after 48 we have 49, and that's John Hamilton in the orange Westfield Megabusa. Similar car to Melvin Hartley's, but a small. And John led the class after first runs yesterday, but was pipped by Simon Jenks, who you'll also see coming up shortly. And John Hamilton now in practice, he was second in practice this morning. So a time for Ross Sullivan of 53.24. And a time for John Hamilton 48.03. Which is his best time of the weekend. Simon Jenks won the class for 47.75 yesterday, so he needs to beat something similar today to lead the class. Simon Jenks case from Superlight. Right now down in the Midlands of England and also in the HillClimb Cup over the years. Charlie Fader leads the line in his Spire GT3 1.4 engine version of this car, very popular down the 750 Motor Club Racing down in England. A time for Simon Jenks of 47.14, so that easily leads the class there after the first runs. So I'd say Charlie Fraser from Afford in the Spire up the hill, number 54. And he's followed by John McQuillan, number 755, so obviously Mike West, John McQuillan have changed order this today. Charlie Fraser 45.28. And then the sports lever class up to 2 metres, John McQuillan followed up by John Ramsey in the Family Nova. And then we'll have, after that, Stephen Mallet in the Family Radical. John McQuillan's time, 58.53. It's a good improvement this time yesterday for John McQuillan, 23 seconds compared to yesterday's best time. John Ramsey in the Nova now.
51.29, 51.28 for John Ramsey. Stephen Mallet in the first radical half up the hill, followed by Oliver Wright in the second of them. And if you're on the hill watching the cars, look out for the next car. There's Simon Bainbridge in his quite large SB Racing Chrono. It does fit between the walls, and he won the class with it yesterday on his first visit to Doune. So Simon Bainbridge left the line. Stephen Mallet's time, 45.53. And Oliver Wright's time, 46.21. Brian Beverly, who won the class yesterday, is the non-starter today. So now on to Simon Bainbridge. In the Kronos, I love this class, I'm supposed to leave it over 2 litres. This class of sports levers over 2 litres. All 4 cars are so different from each other. Simon Bainbridge's V8 Audi engine, turbocharged engine Chrono, 42.88, which is getting close to Graham Wynn's long-standing class record, but 42.88 for Simon Bainbridge. Followed by Jim Collins in his 3.6 Porsche engine, Volkswagen Beetle. And then by David Seaton in his amazing 40-year-old now, Pilgrim MP43. So that time of Simon Bainbridge is well out of range, I think, of most of the cars in this class now. He's really set the stall out there at 42.88. Jim Collins 59.87. David Seaton using the 45s, I think. Best time yesterday with a 45, so depends on something big. And now Alan McDonald off the line, 1.79. There's amazing 2.4 litre turbocharged 4-wheel drive Mitsubishi engine space frame mini shape. A great time for David Seaton, 45.18. And that's very similar to what he did in practice. What can Alan McDonald do? And now 771, Richard Beaver leaves the line in the first of the single seaters. Alan McDonald 45.64 in the amazing mini. Go and look at it in the paddock. So Richard Weaver, father of Tom Weaver, and the OMS Hornet Newton this year. Originally spent time in Scotland, owned by Paul Rhodes, and then Richard and Tom have bought it to move up to the 1100cc class this year, having been in Formula Ford last year. Richard Weaver followed by Richard Summers, father of Alex Summers, in the family DJ Firehawk. Currently that runs the 1.1 engine, but I think it's the same car in the past that Alex used with a 1.3 supercharged engine, and actually won a couple of runoffs here at Doune a number of years ago. Time for Richard Weaver, 50.20. See, Richard Weaver and Tom Weaver swapping numbers for today. The Richard Summers 42.89. And the final run here is number 77, Steve Owen, sharing the car with Harry Pick. Steve Owen in an OMS 3000M. Steve, of course, is Mr. OMS. His initials backwards still OMS. So Steve well up the hill now.
Attention paddock, and we'll have cars in batch 3 at the start line now, please. Cars in batch 3 at the start line now.
Steve Owen is followed up by Caroline Ryder, number 782. In the Formula 4. Van Diemen, RF86. The 4 cars in this class, both from Van Diemen, built by Ralph Furman down in Norfolk many years ago. Time for Steve Owen, 42.42. Caroline Ryder is followed up by number 702. Lindsay Summers moved to this class and this car for today. Time for Caroline Ryder, 52.62. And after Lindsay, we have the first of the dual driver cars for the 1600cc class, and Alan Warburton in the Gould. Time for Lindsay Summers of 55.42. So Alan Warburton is heading up toward the finish line. This car, which was damaged 2 weeks ago in Kelly Wall, was finally repaired by last Thursday at 4 o'clock. So a good job with David yesterday. 2 good runs in the runoffs with David yesterday, who shares the car with his father. So Alan does a 41.90. And then we have Steve Marr from Aberdeen sharing Richard Spedding's GWR Raptor. And Steve's time is 40.61. And the last car in this batch is number 89, Les Much, in another GWR Raptor. The car is sharing with Stuart Sugden. So Les actually got the first runoff yesterday in this car, and he's a regular in the past in the HillClimb Championship. So he may qualify again. He's a 13 or 39, I reckon, to have a chance. 39.65 for the Les Much, so that's quite an outside chance there to qualify. And that's it in that batch. And these cars now come back down. We can go back to look at class C3. So 2 cars in that class, and currently leading Jonathan Williamson, 53.35, from Jeff Tremler, 54.42. And in Class D for modified specialist production cars, being led by Simon Jenks at 47.14, from John Hamilton 48.03, and Miller Hartley 50.56. In Class F, fortunately with up to 2 litres, Charlie Fraser leads the way there at a 45.28, from Stephen Mallet at a 45.53, and Oliver Wright at a 46.21. 2 Ramsey boys come next, John and followed by Paul, then Richard Mallet, Anime Furnace, Joe McQuillan and Mike West. Those 4 amazing machines in the Porsche Series over 2 litres, led by Simon Bainbridge in the SB Racing Chrono, 42.88, followed by David Seaton in the Pilbeam, 45.18, Al McDonald in the Mini Evo, 45.64, and then Jim Collins at 59.87. And that's all the classes we give you up to now. So now with those runs from the 1600 cars, we've got our top three qualifiers, the top three qualifying list at the moment. Len Much, Steve Marr and Alan Warburton. Currently fourth in the list is Steve Owen, but they're in the 42s, so I imagine that I see Les Much may qualify in the 39.65, but there's still another 17, 18 cars to go for the chance of qualifying. The next batch of cars is the bulk of the single-seaters in the 1100cc class. Formula 4s, and then the rest of the cars in the 1600cc single-seaters and the dual drivers from the bigger engine cars as well. So some quick firepower coming up shortly in the next batch of cars. Going back to Simon Bainbridge's chrono, I mean, if you look at the side on, it looks like an Audi R8 silhouette, which I think it maybe intended to be. Simon used to run an Audi TT. He does most of his competing at the moment on the sprint circuit, the sprint championship. He's ridden the wide open racing circuit and airfield. So he found it quite daunting yesterday to be met by the narrow confines of Doune in this large green machine. But he got quickly down to times and improved by 2 or 3 seconds the first few runs through practice and through the competitive runs yesterday. His best time yesterday was a 44.33, but today he's down to 42.88, leaving the rest of that class a bit breathless. But no time to delay, because that's the first car, next batch is number 67, Linda Sheridan in our ex-circuit racing Reynard 903, Formula 3 Reynard from 1990, now with a Suzuki 1 litre engine. And Leslie's away from the line. She'll be followed by 17-year-old Rudy Seaton, David's son, in his first outing this weekend in the Megapin. Again, another driver, obviously new to the hill in his first outing, and improved yesterday from an early start, finding his feet. Down to 54. Rue's left line, 2.16 start, that's a pretty good start, a 1 litre car. And then a number of OMSs coming up in quick order. So Steve Owens produced over 200 of these individual OMS chassis, a variety of forms over the years. Gavin McLaren leaves the line in a 2000M with Linda Sheridan driving. Time for Gavin McLaren 51.34. Tom Weaver leaves the line in his OMS Hornet. Followed at 50.2. Tom Weaver in the OMS Hornet. Nigel Pitt, meanwhile, is over the line in 47.09. The class record in this class is a 37.76. So we're running about 10 seconds quicker than they're doing. 10 seconds quicker than these cars are doing at the moment. Tom Weaver's time, 44.69. He's pushed up to third in class, and then Colin Graham's on the hill, and the OMS PR followed by Tom Graham, and the second of the mega pins we've got here this weekend. Colin and Tom regulars in the Scottish HillClimb Championship. That's a 45.61 for Colin. And now leaving the line is Richard McToynty in that class record holding GWR Raptor with the BMW engine. The only one in existence with the BMW engine. And Richard finished second yesterday behind George Cohill, who unfortunately is not here today, having been off yesterday. Tom Graham's time 45.90. So Richard McToynty there, 41.12. Which was straight to the top of the class by 1.3 seconds. So it's something for Debbie Summers to aim at. She was third yesterday. Behind Richard, quicker at the moment than Richard up through Junction, and still quicker than through the S's. So it's about half a second quicker than Richard McToynty at the moment for Debbie Summers. As you get to 40.88 for Debbie, 40.88. That takes the lead in the class. Well, what can Harry Pick do about it? Harry's been having a quiet year this year. It's his first event of the year. Well, he was quickest in practice this morning. So, how can you do against Debbie's 40.88? The last one in the class leaves the line is David Tatum. So Harry Pick against David Summers. Harry's quicker than at the moment, going through the S's, so it could be a 39 or low 40 for David. That's 40.19 for Harry. Harry Pick 40.19. And Harry takes the lead. So David Tatum on the hill, and look out for this next young man on the hill, number 82. Alex Coles in the Van Diemen class record broken twice yesterday. Now 48.89. And leading at the moment the British HillClimb Cup. Time for David Tatum of 40.95. That's a good run from David. Puts him into third in class. So what's Alex Coles doing? 2.38 off the line, 82 through the speed trap. Followed up by Stuart Bosworth, the final Formula 4 runner. Alex Coles could be another 47 even this time. No, 48.41, but that's still another new hill class record in the Formula 4 for Alex Coles. That's his third of the weekend. So a third class record there for Alex Coles. He only turned 17 last month after Gurston Down weekend, so amazing times there from young Alex. Stuart Bosworth is followed up by David Warburton, one of our serious contenders for the top 12 runoff. Stuart Bosworth 51.22, gives our second in class, but David Warburton in the Gould. A 5th and a 6th yesterday in the runoff. So you should qualify again. Something like that there, 37.26 should help David into runoff. Yeah, over a second quicker. Michael Andrew on the hill, not registered for the championship, but followed by Simon Mackay, who certainly is, and who got into his first runoff yesterday afternoon. And the latest, Simon Mackay, the latest of the GWR Raptors, number 007 he tells me. Time for Michael Andrew, 45.37. So could Simon get another runoff today? A lot of really fast cars still to come. So Simon Mackay third. Simon Mackay 39.18. That may just be too much today, but we'll have to wait and see. Darren Gumley on the hill in his Porsche TA. Used to run an 1100cc engine in this car, now it's 1600. Followed by Richard Spedding in the GWR Raptor, which you've already seen in the hand of Steve Marr. And both those drives at 2.07, as did David Warburton for the first 64 feet. Dan Gumley's time is 40 seconds exactly.
Attention paddock, and we'll have cars in batch 4 at the start line now, please. Cars in batch 4 at the start line now.
And Richard Spedding 37.05, followed up by Stuart Sugden. Richard Spedding now heads the qualifiers. Stuart Sugden got into both runners yesterday. 38.17 for Stuart, which is a possible qualifier. Now into dual driven cars in the over 2 litres. The first one to the line is Graham Wynn. Lindsay Summers is transferred to a different class. Graham Wynn 704. And the 4 litre Gould, it's Judd engine. Judd's sports car, DB4 engine. Graham Wynn sharing with Scott Moran. Graham Wynn didn't qualify for the runoffs yesterday. Graham Wynn 39.83. So former ladies record holder Nicola Mingus is coming to the line in the Gould GR55B. The Venerable car, now about 18 years old. But still going strong. Dave Duran won a HillClimb, won a runoff at Shelby Walsh 2 weeks ago, wasn't it? But Nicola leaves the line. And Nicola followed up by Bernard Kevill in the OMS 28, the Terry Davis engine. Nicola matching time with Graham Wynn at the moment. There's about 39, early 40s for Nicola, looks like, in this run. And Bernard Kevill leaves the line as the last car in this batch. coming up through the street towards the finish line. 39.64 for Nicola. And Bear Kevil, the last one in this batch, and after this there's 7 more contenders to try and qualify. Bernard is between a 45.15. At the end of that batch, in the situation moment, we have the top qualifier with, I'd say, with 7 cars still to go. Top qualifier at the moment is Richard Spedding, 37.05, followed by David Warburton, 37.26, and Stuart Sugden, 38.17. Simon Mackay, 13.18. Lining 4th at the moment could therefore be a qualifier again if all our 7 do beat that time. So it could be another one for Simon Mackay. Nicola Mingies is in 5th place on 39.64. And just looking at the latest hill record, that's only 2/10 away from Olivia Cooper's record, which set here last year of 39.44. Olivia and Nicola had a good battle last year, sharing records between them till Olivia finally settled it. In a small 1.6 litre force. A very nimble car up here at Doune though. Olivia unfortunately not here this weekend. So that's a good time there for Nicola, who is on the brink of qualifying actually, I think. So after these cars come down, we'll have the next batch of the single seaters. And I think I'm wrong there actually, we've got 7 more cars. I keep forgetting to go back a page. Because of course we've got the 2 litre cars to qualify yet. So another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 11 cars still to qualify. Forgive me for getting some people too excited. But yeah, we've got another 11 cars to try to qualify. That includes 3 cars who had a close battle in the up to 2 metre normally aspirated class. Paul Hames is a turbocharged Gould. Simon Andrews, Matthew Ryder, David Wren, Terry Willis, Scott Moran, Alex Summers and Roland Mingus. Yeah, still another 11 to go. Going back and looking at Class I, so racing cars up to 1100 cc's. Leading the way is Harry Pick on a 40.19, from David Summers at 40.88 and David Tatum 40.95. Rich Matosian is 4th at 41.12, Steve Owen 42.42 and Richard Summers at 42.89. For the 4th class led by Alex Coles with that new record of 14.41 ahead of Sarah Bonsworth 51.22, Caroline Ryder 52.62 and Lindsay Summers 55.42. The 1600cc class, currently led by Richard Spedding, currently top qualifier 37.05, and there's David Warburton 37.26. Stuart Sugden 13.17 and Simon Mackay 39.18. Then the Monster 39.65 and the 6th place Darling Dumley 40 seconds exactly. So the first car up the line, next batch will be Iron Price, and the 1720cc Suzuki Engine Force. The one that non-start I forgot to mention in Class K2 is Andrew Patterson, number 96, the non-starter today. So we've already seen a number of GWR Raptors, GWR Grey and White Racing, built in Aberdeen by Grey and White. And I believe the Simon Mackay one is the latest one, which is number 7, tells me. But also next class will be Jonathan Varley in the GWR Predator. Running these days with a Terry Davis 2-litre V8 engine. Originally when Jonathan first used it at the BDG, but going back to time when Grey and White Junior ran it ran a Arrows Formula 1 V10 engine, and Grey had a lot of trouble getting a transmission, a gearbox to work with the engine, but it didn't stop him winning a couple of runoffs, including one here in 2008. They won the runoff at 76.25, and at that time he was a half engine. According to my record, that would be must be a hard compared to other things that the liberal tell me. Let me know exactly what it was in that car at that time. But Jonathan Varley's taken over and currently hold the record in the class, which he got yesterday at 13.22. Iron Price comes to line in his Force TA. Iron won a runoff here in 2016 in his Gould Suzuki and a wet runoff. 43 seconds, which shows how wet it was at that time, but he leads the line now. 2.19 for Iron. It's followed up by non-championship registered Ian Tucker from Exeter, from Newquay, down in Cornwall. Iron through the speed trap 102 and through junction 20.85, which is parallel to Grey and win. Ian Tucker leaves the line. He was followed by Jonathan Varley. Jonathan Varley was quite pleased to score points in the two runners yesterday. He's already finished 11th 4 times over the season so far, but a 9th and 10th yesterday. Got his points marker off the dealer. Mark
And he's off the line, 2.21. So Ian is across the line, 39.48. And Jonathan Farley up through junction, followed by Lee Griffiths, who had a difficult time yesterday with electronics problems, but he led the class in practice this morning. And that's another new class record for Jonathan Farley, 38.01. That gives Lee something to do. He won't of course know that time, but that's a great time there for Jonathan Farley, 38.01. For that, Predators are singing with that new Terry Davis engine. Lee Griffiths, again a 1660 cc Suzuki, slightly slower than Jonathan at the moment, 38.46, which is his best time of the weekend, and is below the old record before this weekend. So those two having a good old battle again. And now off the line is Paul Hames in the turbocharged version, turbocharged 1.3 Gold GR59. Quicker at the moment than either Valley or Griffiths as he goes through the Garden Gate. So his time at junction also quicker, so this should be a 37 if all goes well for Paul. Through the S is at 30.54. It takes about 6.5 seconds from there. 36.84 for Paul Hames. That puts Paul to the top of the qualifiers, 36.84. Simon Andrews has left the line. Going by Ian Tucker's time. Number 92, Ian Tucker was 47.63. So Simon Andrews followed up by Paul. Simon Andrews followed by Paul Croot in his Jaguar engine OMS 28. Simon Andrews 43.43. Paul not registered for the championship. And now we have the top 6 of the championship going off, one after the other. So it's Matthew Ryder, currently 4th in the championship. Time for Paul Croot, 49.74. Matthew Ryder is up. Talking about Lee Griffiths' speed at the moment. 37.96 for Matthew Ryder. 37.96. It's Croot went to 4th position. Dave Ewan's away off the line in the Gold GR55. The car was Martin Groves. The Carfish Martin Groves took to 18 runoff wins here at Doune in the past. Time for Dave Uren, 36.54. That's the latest, quickest time. Trevor Willis leaves the line, 2.04 for Trevor in this 2.8 litre RPE radical engine. Two Suzuki 4 cylinders and a V8.
Trevor should be in the 35, the 36, 35 I would hope, I think for Trevor. He's just quicker than Dave Duran, maybe a 36. .52 for Trevor, just 200 quicker than Dave Duran. And now 6-time champion Scott Moran, winner of the second runoff yesterday. 2.03 off the line for Scott. And Alex Summers leaves the line, 1.99. Alex Summers 1.99. Time for Scott Moran, 35.91. Good top the qualifier. Alex is under 12 seconds to Garden Gate and under 18 to Junction. Another flyer from Alex, 28.8 to the S's. So 35.13 from Alex Summers. 35.13, Judge Wallace Mingus to go now. And that's a new class record in fact for Alex Summers. Not the outright record, but a new class record. Wallace Mingus 1.96 off the line. Time for Wallace Mingus, 36 seconds exactly. Yesterday he did 35 seconds exactly. Today's 36 seconds exactly. Very precise Wallace. And our contrast now, after all those fire and thunder single-seaters, we've got John McKenzie and his wonderful Ford Cortina in the historic sports racing car class.
Attention paddock, can we have cars in batch 5 to the start line now please? Cars in batch 5 to the start line now.
And then after John McKenzie we've got Andy Tippett in his Brabham BT30, which I'll tell you all about after the end of this batch. Andy Tippett, BT30X, 3.5 litre Buick engine. And another historic single-seater is George Cockle in his Chevron B45, one of the last of the Derek Bennett Chevrons. After this time, the Chevron kind of lost their way when Derek Bennett was killed in a hang gliding accident. But the 45 was one of the successes. And then we have 106 as the last car in the batch is John Albiston. This lovely Brabham BT38C, Formula 3 car in the day, raced in the Swedish Formula 3 Championship by Ulf Svensson, now in the Formula Atlantic trim. Time for George Cole, and a new class record for George compared to yesterday's time, 47.29, improves the record of 47.75. And John Albiston, who held the record is going to struggle to equal that one. He's been doing 50s so far this weekend. John Albiston crossed the line very shortly. In 51 seconds exactly. So George Cole wins that class. Going back to the previous class, John McKenzie's time was 59.03, that's number 103, and Andy Tippett's time in the Brabham was 53.90. So no surprisingly, the Brabham leading that class from the Ford Cortina. Going back to the over 2 litre racing car class, so Alex Summers leads the class at the moment with a new class record of 35.13. Scott Moran second, 35.91, and Wallace 36 seconds exactly. Fourth is Trevor Willis at 36.52. Fifth, Dave Durant 36.54, and sixth Matthew Ryder 37.96. Followed by Nicola Mingus 39.64, Graham Wynn 39.83, Simon Andrews, Bernard Kevill and Paul Crute. The previous classes there, up to class K1, normally aspirated, led by Jonathan Varley, again a new class record for Jonathan, 38.01. Lee Griffiths is second, 38.46, and Iron Price third. And then Paul Hames running in that other class with the force induction class K2, running that class on his own at 36.84. Car coming down the hill, and we'll give you the official running order for the top shelf runoff. As soon as I get it from the timekeepers, but unofficially, and I can see the top 12 runners are Alex Summers, Scott Moran, Wallace Mingies, Trevor Willis, Dave Durant, Paul Hames, Richard Spedding, David Warburton, Matthew Ryder, Jonathan Varley, Stuart Sugden and Lee Griffiths, I think, are the top 12 from my reckoning. We'll wait and see and confirm that as soon as we can. So looking with Simon Mackay just looking down there in 13th, Iron Price 14th, and Nicola Mingus in 15th. So going back to the Andy Tippett Brabham, the 104. If you're as old as I am, you will have seen this car in its prime, because that prime was back in the 1970s, early 1970s, late 1960s, when it was driven by Mike McDowell and Bob Jennings. It's two runoff wins here in 1970. The times were 47.35 and a 51.72, which I think was a wet day. So that was with Mike McDowell driving it, and at that time it was the Climax 2, the Climax engine. The car was HillClimb in Zolva in 1982, driven by, among others, David Fife and Alex Brown and Murray McGrath. And then it was dismantled, basically to keep all the cars running. It's now owned by Andy Tippett from Morton in the Marsh Down in central England. And the engine fitted now is not obviously the original company Climax V8, but a Buick V8, which is the engine was used by David Fife in 1972. If you go and look at the car in the paddock, it's got a list of the previous drivers on the rear wing, and it's also got interesting modification to the front suspension, which I'm sure Andy will tell you all about. Go and talk to Andy Tippett about car 104 in the paddock, the lovely Brabham BT30X. Now on to the classes, what we call buffer classes between the top single seaters and the runoff. These cars competing. The cars competing in Scottish Championship exclusively. The first car away is the addition to the programme 109, Colin McAteer in a Caterham. In Class SA, Paul Hunter, the non-starter. Colin McIntyre is followed up the hill by John Welsh. If you're here in May, you'll see John Welsh driving a Ford GT40 replica, but this time he's driving his little Westfield XTR2. And Colin McIntyre is over the line at 52.32. Les Johnson got off the line now in his lovely Hillman Imp. It's a very popular class in the hill climbing. The class shifter was won by Scott Brownlee ahead of David Reid. They'll come up later in the run. The time for John Welsh is 52.33, 100 slower than Colin McIntyre. Les Johnson followed up by Jim Howarth in his Mini Cooper S, BMW Mini Cooper S, as opposed to his original Mini Cooper S. So Les Johnson heading towards the Essence now, Jim Howarth heading up towards Garden Gate. So time for Les Johnson of 61.44, 61.44, and following Jim Howarth will be Alan Cameron in his 3 metre Porsche 944. And as Jim Howarth crosses the line at 59.36, the first of our two Flying Haggis Racing Subaru Princess leaves the line. This is James Fegan in number 115. James finished 6th in class yesterday. Time for Alan Cameron, 57.38. Time for James Fegan, 53.02. David Reid and Scott Brownlee, the last two runners here. They, as I say, were the top two yesterday. Scott winning from David. David Reid, 51.22. The difference yesterday was only 0.08 of a second in the favour of Scott Brownlee. And Scott's followed up by John Lowe in his Peugeot 205 in Class SB now. The last one in Class SA, Scott Brownlee, 50.75, takes the lead. So John Lowe, followed by Roland Skinner in his Mini. This time the original Mini, as opposed to a BMW Mini. John Lowe across the line in 54.60. No sign yet of Kenneth Sullivan, because following Roland Skinner is Jim King in the Mazda. They transfer from Class A1 to the Mazda class. The first of our two Mazdas today. Time for Roland Skinner is time for Roland Skinner is 53.82. And Jim King followed by Neil Godward in the second Mazda. Time for Jim King is 61. No, he's still going, sorry. That's a problem for Jim King at the top of the hill because he was through the S's in 59, which is quite slow. So 72.80 for Jim King, that's an unrepresentative time. He must have been a problem. In fact, Neil Godward's got a red flag. So maybe Jim had a brush with the barrier or over the grass and there's sweeping up or repairs to be done. But Neil Godward will have a rerun. And the other car will be pushed back a little bit to let that happen. So 73.80 for Jim King is unrepresentative there. So I'm sorry I can't see what happened. We'll wait and get information as soon as we can. Apparently Jim King just went a bit wide at the top of his bray, so one of many have done that over the years. Fortunately these days it's quite a manicured little bit of lawn up there for them to run over. Many years ago the cars just disappeared to the undergrowth. So the penalties in the past for overshooting East Bray were probably more severe than they are now. But Jim King managed to get off the grass again back into the track and through the finish line 62.8. So no damage done, we should get that rerun for Neil Godward done fairly quickly, and it looks as though Kenneth Sutherland will be following Neil up the hill. Yep, Neil just reversing back towards the start line to be lined up again. Neil Godward away from the line. So Neil Godward is followed up by Kenneth Sutherland, going by the class SB, number 748, Kenneth Sutherland. So Neil Godward 118 in the second of the Mazdas. Cross lane 52.57, which is only 200 outside the class record. Set by Ross Glenn. So class 2 Mazda class won by Neil Godward. So Kenneth Sutherland heading up the hill and followed by Leslie and Schooler in our MG Midget. Into class SM, sports racing and racing cars before 1971. Just the 3 runners there. So Neil Godward at 52.57 is a really good time for Mazda. Kenneth Sullivan 56.58. Leslie and Schooler, followed up by Richard Morris in this 2.5 litre TVR 2500. The Triumph TR6 engine. time for Leslie Schooler. It's 64.19 for Leslie Ann. Richard Morris is followed up by the last runner before the runoff is Tom Marr. So Richard Morris is heading up towards the S's. One of the many different engine types which TVR inserted into that body shape. And the 2500 was one of the last of the ones that tried in that shape. Richard Morris, 67.13. Tom Marr now. The last runner. And the 60 will keep it going. That's a slow time for Tom Marr. 68.48. He was quite well up through the S's, maybe a bit of a problem at the end of the run there for Tom Marr. It leaves Leslie Schooler leading that class from Richard Morris and Tom Marr. Class SB led by Roland Skinner is Mini, 53.82 from John Lowe, 54.6, and Kenneth Sutherland, 56.58. The two Mazdas led by Dale Girdwood, 52.57, from the off-course Jim King, 72.8. I'm sure he'll do better than that the next time. And the Class SM, Leslie Schooler, 64.19 from Richard Morris, 67.13. and Tom Marr 68.48. So we're all set now for the first of our two top 12 runners for today once these cars come down the hill. I haven't got an official list of the runners and riders yet, but looking at the ones I believe have qualified, I don't think there's any double drivers in there. So it should be a straight 12th down to first. Okay, yes, so the running order for the top 12 runoff, which you can put in your program. Championship round 15. First car to run with number 94, Lee Griffiths, followed by 789, Stuart Sugden, and 93, Jonathan Varley. Then we have 708, Matthew Ryder, 9, David Warburton, 88, Richard Spedding. And then 7, Paul Hames, 6, David Duran, 5, Charles Willis, 1, Willis Minges, 4, Scott Moran, and 2, Alex Summers. The order again in numbers only: 94, 789, 93, 708, number 9, 88, number 7, number 6, number 5, number 1, number 4, and number 2. Again, if you're new to hill climbing, the top 10 runners in last year's championship are given numbers 1 to 10. So you can see that here we have 7 of those top 10 from last year taking part in this runoff this morning. That's the first sound of Lee Griffiths and the first runners in his 1660cc OMS Suzuki. Missed out qualifying both runoffs yesterday, but pleased to get into one today, I'm sure. And he leaves the line in 2.12 to 64 feet. Then we'll go through and I'll give you the times up through and try and compare how each car is going against the previous one. 13.3 to Garden Gate, and through the speed trap 102 and junction 19.91. Now the long haul across the meadow and up East Bray. And 31.8 in the S's, and over the line 38.49 for Lee Griffiths, 38.49. So there number 789, Stuart Sugden. And the first of our Raptors, he leaves the line. And 2.13 to very close to Lee, up towards Garden Gate, should be at 13. Low 13 for Stuart. 13.07. We talked a bit on Lee already. 110 through the speed trap in 19.3 at junction, that's half a second up in Lee. So that rate could be a 37. How do you go? 30.25, really quick across the meadow and up East Bray. That'll be a 37, 36, 36.87 for Stuart Sugden. 36.87. That's a really good time for Stuart there. He was in the 38s yesterday. We have a lot of time at the top part of the hill, sending on from junction to Essex. Leaving the line now is number 93, Jonathan Varley. And the pace of 2.17. And 12.79 to Garden Gate, to below the 13-second mark for the first time. The run of 109, speed trap in 19.3, almost identical to Stuart Sugden through junction. John through this is 30.9, so he's lost ground against Stuart there, so it'll be a 37-second one maybe. For Jonathan, goes with 37.29 for Jonathan Varley. So Jonathan's time there compared against his qualifying of 38.01. Great time again from Jonathan Varley, but runs second out of 3 so far. Then we've got Matthew Ryder, number 708. Currently fourth in the championship, 2.14 off the line. Matthew's first time with a big car here up the confines of Doune yesterday. That's 13.05. 113 through speed trap, the quickest, 19.39, so slower than Jonathan and Stuart, but the power of the big V8 across the meadow should help him. 30.6 seconds, 0, and this will be a high 36 seconds. 36.85, so just quicker than Stuart Stockton by 200ths of a second. It goes into first place at this time. Now Dave Warburton, after a good day yesterday. Off the line is 2.16. All these cars very similar, within hundreds of a second off the line for the first 64 feet. 13.32, I think they seen a bit of a slight gear changing problem there going up towards Garden Gate. 110, 19.69, so the second slowest at the moment through junction. .83, so slipping down a bit compared to yesterday's time, very. So 37.32, so that puts him into fourth at the moment. They won't be happy with that one. Richard Spedding in the Raptor. .13 off the 64 feet. Garden Gate at 12.96, so just a second driver under 13 seconds after Jonathan Varley. 106 and 19.45. He's lost a bit of ground there to some of the others, so what can you do through the S's at the top of the hill? 30.57, which is second quickest at the moment, and it's a 37.03 for Richard Spedding. He goes into third. He goes into the third place. Matthew Ryder still leading at the moment from Stuart Sugden. And now Paul Hames. The fourth place in the first run of yesterday. To slip back a bit the second one, but a very good time yesterday for Paul. .22, it's a bit slow again from Paul. He had an issue yesterday getting off the start line. He's usually quicker than that. 2.22 for Paul. 13.02, made up a bit of time there towards Garden Gate. 109 through speed up, 19.3 to junction. So well in touch with the rest of them. That's close to Matthew Ryder's time. Matthew currently leading. That's 30.84, is close to David Warburton's time. So 30.83, and the total time for Paul Hames 37.13. 37.13. Which goes fourth at the moment. There we get Dave Duran. Another 2.22 off the start line from Dave. Here's Paul Hames. They're looking for under 13 seconds to Garden Gate. 12.47, that's the quickest so far. And 112 through speed, 18.5, the first one below 19 seconds through junction. And 29.5 again, first one below 30 through the S's. So it should be a 35 maybe run, a 35.97. 35.97, Dave Duran takes the lead. So Trevor Willis on the line, number 5 in the OMS. Really quick off the line. 1.93 for Trevor off the line, by far the quickest so far. And 12.39 to Garden Gate. 118 and 18.56. So on a par with Dave Duran at the moment. Just 500 separating them. And Trevor's probably a bit back 500s behind as he goes across the meadow up East Bray. And he's still slightly behind Dave Duran, 29.66. So will he get to 35? So just about 30. What he does, it picks up at the end, 35.82. 35.82 for Trevor Willis. Picks up a good couple of tenths there in the last stretch of the hill. So Trevor Willis now takes the lead, 35.82. So 3 to go, the top 3 in the championship. The first one is reigning champion, Wallace Mingus in his 3.3 litre, Gould GR59. Backfire from that car really go right through you. So Wallace on the line, he is usually below 2 seconds for a start. And he's away. 1.93, the same as Trevor Willis. So Guki Party up the hill against Trevor's time. 12.02, so that's 0.37 up in Trevor Garden Gate. 120 and 17.95, the first round at 18 seconds through Junction. So it's half a second up in Trevor at the moment. Going up through the East Bray through the S's. 28.83. This looks like a leading time coming up. 35.01. 35.01. So Wallace takes the lead. See, Wallace at 35.00 in the first run of yesterday. So at 35.01. Wonder if he lost 100th. Now six-time champion Scott Moran in his 4 litre Gould. Time to beat at the moment now is 35.01, which is quite capable of. 1.94 off the line. So can you get below 12 seconds to Garden Gate? Alex did it yesterday. 11.88 for Scott Moran. So up in Wallace by 1400ths. And then 1300s up going through Junction is very close now. All depends on the run across the meadow up East Bray. Into through the S's, 28.57, so there's a couple of hundreds up, a couple of tenths up now. So he's shooting to 34s, 34.61 from Scott Moran, 34.61, which is below the old record. So you'll get an extra point for that for so Scott Moran breaks the whole record, which was in place at the start of the meeting, which was 34.67, but Alex was 34.38 yesterday, 2.01 off the line. So he should go under 12 seconds to Garden Gate as well. 11.69, that's 200s up, 2 tenths up in Scott. 121 through the speed up, 17.2 at Junction. That's half a second up. This fell low 34s at this rate. Through the S's. 28.07. I'm looking at now another hill record here, 34.28. Oh yes, 34.28 from Alex Summers. Yet another hill record here. So, a tenth of a second there off the hill record from Alex Summers. Storming around up the hill. 17.28 to junction. And 121 to his speed trap. Quite amazing. So another runoff win with a record there for Alex Summers of 34.28. Second place, Scott Moran, who was also under the old record from before yesterday, so he gets an extra point, 34.61. And in third place, Wallace Megan, 35.01. Fourth place, Trevor Willis, 35.82. And fifth, Dave Uren, 35.97. Matt Ryder completes the top 6 at a 36.85. And another great time for Stuart Sugden, 36.87 for 7th. Richard Spedding 8th and 37.03. Paul Hames 9th, 37.13. And Jonathan Valley 10th, 37.29. Dave Warburton will be disappointed with 37.32. And then the finishing off the runners, Lee Griffiths, 38.49. So with that 11 points there, it means that Alex picks up another 3 points on Wallace in the championship. And I'll quickly do some calculations and give you their current running total shortly. Okay, and of course that is now lunchtime. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll be back on action on the hill at 1:30. So 1:30 back in action with the whole thing all over again. Can we see another hill record to finish off the day in about 4 hours time? Hang around and see.
Honestly, I know, because I saw you there and I saw you looking. She was like that, oh no, Lindsay just goes away like this.
I was going to go. We're not going that far. Just step that down. Let's get the shaker out. I don't want to come on. You're right up with that. It's got our quite tight. see you back up there.
Yeah.
Getting the steps up though.
Thank you. Right, I won't run you over. I'll bend it.
Attention paddock, about to start second time run. Cars in back 0-1 to the assembly area. If Ian Thompson is in the vicinity, could come to the club office please. afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the hill climb here at Doune. A sad event in Scottish hill climbing circles was the recent death of Peter Locke, well-known competitor here at Doune and other Scottish hills. And to honour his memory, Tim Thompson is about to open the hill. Tim Thompson, the clerk of the course, is about to open the hill in Peter's Mazda, which he used in hill climbing and sprinting around the country. So it's Tim Thompson opening the hill in Peter Locke's Mazda to commemorate the life of Peter and his work and enjoyment he got from competing at hill climbs. So I say Tim Thompson opening the hill in Peter Locke's Mazda. Car now showing affiliation to prostate cancer research. And I'm sure if you're able, you'd contribute towards any help that the cancer charities can find to try and eliminate or reduce the consequences of catching this disease. So Tim will be coming down shortly in the car, and we shall have the hill open for competition. My one memory of Peter is coming here a few years ago to the event, and he was in a queue for going up the hill in a class run, and somebody went off in front of him. Time was getting delayed, and eventually he had to leave the queue because he had to go to his grandchild's christening. So he was here as long as he could, until he just had to go to make sure he could get there in time. But he was keen to try and get up the hill if he could do before he went off to the christening. And eventually he just had to go to the christening and miss his run, and eventually came back again later on in the afternoon and completed the second run of the day. So true hill climbing enthusiast. good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On the hill, in the paddock. I hope you're here this morning to see some fascinating hill climb. If you weren't, where were you? Because you missed a great morning's entertainment here. Another new outright hill record for Alex Summers. I think 3 more class records. 4 more class records, in fact, for Alex Coles, Jonathan Varley, Alex Summers and George Cohill. And a fantastic runoff decided on the last run in favour of Alex Summers. We gained another 11 points towards the British HillClimb Championship. So now the first batch of cars to go up the hill. And this is for 4 double-entered cars in the road going classes. So the first car is Alex Howells and his Hillman Super Imp going up the hill, currently lying 6th in class after the first run, but one of the cars in that class failed to finish. So I'll see if he can improve now to 66.34. He's double driving, sharing the car with his wife Jenny. He'll come up in the next batch. And he's followed up by Mark Warren. He's followed up by Mark Lawrence and John Pick's AMS Mortaya, 2 of the turbocharged Subaru engine and a Subaru drive system in this kit car. Mark is also 6th in his class in 56.10. So Alex Hills is heading towards the top of the hill, 67.16. 67.16 is no improvement there for Alex, so he'll stay in 6th position at the moment. Dylan Flesher on the hill in the 1 litre Caterham 7, he shares with his father. Dylan currently leading that class at a 47.24. Time for Mark Lawrence is 55.17. So that's he's improving nearly a second, but he's still remaining in 6th position in the class. So Dylan Flesher on the hill, will be nearly at the finish line now. 47.71, slightly slower than his first run time. It opens the door for his father when his father comes up in the next batch. He's about a second behind. And the last car in this batch is Alan Reid going into class C2, which is the modified series production car up to 2 litres. This class is used to only 3 cars now because of retirements. So Alan Reid, who's lying 3rd of the 3 cars after the first run, is up there in a 50.76, which is slightly slower than his first run time. He will also remain 3rd in that class after everybody else has taken their 2nd run. If you hear earlier, you'll have heard also that there are a number of non-starters and changed the programme. And a number of new records were notified, which are even more now after this morning. And we'll just go through the records, I think, this afternoon to begin with. In Class A1, yesterday Robert Marwood in a Renault Clio, he was running at number 15, set a new record of 50.69 seconds. Unfortunately this morning he then went off the road and tried to improve on it, but he will be back out again this afternoon. That's the first of the new class records, Class A1. In Class J1, which is the Formula Ford class, young Alex Coles from Plymouth, who just started the hill climbing in this Van Diemen this year, has now set a new class record on each of his 3 timed runs, and the class record now sits to Alex at 48.41 seconds. 48.41. That's over a second improvement over the weekend from the previous record. Another person improving a record more than once this weekend is in Class K1, which is Jonathan Varley in the Predator. At the start of the meeting, the record of the programme is 38.66 37, and now stands at 38.01 to Jonathan. And in fact, he also did a 37.29 in the runoff, but time set in the runoff do not count towards class records. The next class record has gone twice also over the weekend, yesterday and today, to Alex Summers in Class L, who has improved his best time in the class from 35.58. He now stands at 35.13. But again, he set a new outright hill record this morning at 34.28. And the final class record to be broken this weekend so far is in Class N, sports racing and racing cars up to 1985, and that's been broken twice now by George Cohill, the Chevron number 105. He's broken Joey Albinson's record, which now stands to George at 47.29. So that's some information to let you know how the weekend has been going so far. But the next batch of cars is shortly coming to the line, so we're heading back to the first page of entries in the programme, Class A1, road cars, diesel production up to 2 litres. One change in this class today is at number 16, Jim King, has moved off to Class SF, the Scottish Hill Climbing Sprinters registered cars. So we have got no Jim King in this class. He'll be running later on in the afternoon. So after Alex Hill's helmet in went up the last bash, the next car up is number 12, James Hudson in his Volkswagen Golf, running second in the class after the morning run at 52.15. James up all the way from Ottery St Mary in Devon. Well, a few people come up this weekend, because the next man also, who's leading the class after the first run, also from Devon, is Jonathan Langmead in his Lotus Elise. He's at 51.99 to lead the class after this morning's run. James Hudson now nearing the top of the hill. So 51.87 for James Hudson, who actually goes into leading the class with that time, ahead of Jonathan Langmead, who of course won't know that time when he's on the hill, but his split look as though he's going to be quicker. Jonathan Langmead's splits look as though they're going to be quicker to a quicker time at the end of the day, although he's now lost some time in the top half of the hill. So if you're very close, he's 900ths behind. That's a 52.33 from Jonathan, so not so quick. So he will now be in second position. 14 James Lovell in the first of the Renner clears is now on the hill. He'll be followed by Robert Marwood, class winner yesterday and class record holder, but who went off on his run this morning and failed to finish, so he's got time to do this afternoon. So he's got time for 51.87 now to beat. Meanwhile, James Lovell is over the line in 57.55, which is 400 slow this morning. So Robert Marwood is certainly looking quicker than James Hudson at the moment, so he should be taking the lead of the class. It just depends how close he can get to the own class record he set yesterday. And he just misses out at the 51.10, so he still takes the class with that second run, but doesn't quite match out the record time from yesterday. Derek Rothney, well, I say Robert Marwood takes the class, Derek Rothney might have something to say about that. Local man from Inverurie. He's quicker than Marwood up to the, but he needs to be a bit more than Marwood's used. In fact, yes, he does. 51.08 for Derek Rothney. So Derek Rothney pinches that class by 200ths of a second from Robert Marwood. So local knowledge here playing his part perhaps, but a 200th of a second win for Derek Rosney. Jenny Hills is on the hill in her Hillman Imp. She was looking at a low 60-second run. She did 63.78 this morning. And she's followed up by the Rodney Isles, 3-time British Sprint champion, in his lovely Alfa Romeo 4C, running himself in this class. So Jenny Hills crosses the line in 65.04. So yes, today Rosney wins the class for Robert Marwood and James Hudson. So now after Rodney Isles has finished his run in a 52.67 for Rodney Isles is John Pick in the AMS, on to Class B, the road going specialist production cars. John Pick followed up by John Emerson in a 1.8 Westfield. So George was fourth in class behind the Southern Invaders, shall we say, from the north of England. Robbie Burrell next in line from Bury in Lancashire in the 3.5 litre supercharged Exige V6 Cup. A lovely looking car, very powerful. And George Emerson, John Pick's time, 53.98. And George Emerson, 51.05, so a slight improvement from George, but he will finish fourth in the class. His co-driver, Scott Brownlee, is appearing later on in the programme in one of the Scottish classes at the end of the run. Robbie Burrell followed up the hill by Gavin Neate, who is the sole runner in Class C1. And his Porsche, his Peugeot rather, which means we're missing at the moment Jonathan Flesher, who's shooting up after Robbie Burrell. The time for Robbie Burrell, 49.56. Slightly slower, so he stays third in class. Are we going to see Jonathan Flesher try and pip his son? So it's Gavin Neate running solo in his class, Class C1. Melvin Hartley has moved to Class D, and David Robb is a non-starter in that class. So there's one runner in Class C1, and Gavin Neate's time is 51.35. So now over the page to, we will see Jonathan Flesher. He's just warming his tyres up. But over the page, the next two cars you're seeing, Jock Ramsey, the first one, followed by Stuart Reid. Jock Ramsey into 49s, 49.73.
Attention paddock, and we'll have cars in batch 2 at the start line now, please. That's cars in batch 2 at the start line now.
So Stuart Reid is on the hill at the moment. He is the close to class record, and that is a new class record for Stuart Reid by 1/100th of a second over the David Adam record, 45.76 for Stuart Reid. 1/100th of a second quicker than David Adams' class record. David, unfortunately, off this morning, so cannot defend that. So there's only 3 cars in that class. Only 3 cars in that Class C2. We've got English Drummond and David Adam, both non-starters. But a new class record for Stuart Reid wins the class. On to Jonathan Flesher, back to class CB, and it's a 48.59. So slightly slower that time for Jonathan, so Dylan wins the class from Jonathan and Robbie Burrell. And then we're into some double entry cars in the up to 2 litres force lever class, class F. The first one is Mike West, 57.87. Number 755. And then we get Paul Ramsey in the family Vauxhall Nova, number 756. At 51.27 for Paul Ramsey, which takes him above John Ramsey by 200th of a second. Richard Mallet on the hill in the first of the two Radical PR6s we have here. This is the centre single-seater. Centre single-seat version of the Radical sports car, built in large quantities down south and used throughout motor racing in Europe and all around the world, in fact, different versions of the Radical. So Richard Mallet, number 757, and that is looking like a slow time for Richard. He was okay to the S's, but 64.31 for Richard Mallet. That's a good nearly 10 seconds slower than this morning, so I think he must have an issue between the S's timing beam and the end of the hill. The final car in this class now, Anna May Furness, number 758. Anna May is also having an issue, I imagine, because he's very close to Garden Gate and stopped showing in the timing sheet. There's a no action down here in the recovery bay for the test. I'm guessing the Anna May was red flagged for Richard Mallet's indiscretion. That's just my guess for what I'm looking at the screen in front of me. I think that was probably a good guess, because Anna May is now back at the start line, being turned around, presumably given another run at the hill, having been red flagged on a previous run. So Anime Fun is back on the start line, ready for her rerun. And she's away, the last car in this batch. So Anime across the finish line there, and a rerun of 53.39, which is a 2.3 second improvement on her first run. She was chasing Richard Mallet, who obviously had a problem in his run, but she failed to beat him by just 200ths of a second. At the moment, Richard is 6th in class at 53.37, Anime 7th on 53.39. But going back to the top of the board, so the very first class, Class A1, a win in the class therefore today for Derek Rothney at a 51.08. Second, Robert Marwood, 51.10, and third, James Hudson, 51.87. Jonathan Langmead, 51.99 is fourth. David Lovell, 5th. Jenny Hill, 6th. And Alex Hill, 7th. Class A2, road going cars, introduction over 2 metres. Win for Rodney Isles, is 1.75 turbocharged Alfa Romeo. In case you're wondering why the program is over 2 litres and it's down at 1750, well, of course, it's turbocharged, and therefore multiply that by 1.4 to get the equivalent capacity. So it's over 2 litres, and Rodney Isles wins that with a 52.67. In Class B, road going specialist production cars. A win there for Dylan Fletcher today, at 47.24, over Fowler Jonathan, 48.27, and Robbie Burrell third at 49.33. George Emerson improves to 51.05 for fourth, John Pick 5th, and Mark Lawrence 6th in the Mertaya. Solar runner in Class C1 with the non-start of David Robb in the roof class of Melon Harris, and solar runner Gavin Neat, 50.15 for his first run this morning, wins that class. C2, the class now down to three engines because of the non-starting of numbers 36 and 38. So there's 3 cars there, and a new class record for Shu Reid by 100th of a second, 45.76. He was very close to yesterday, 45.76. Wins the class from Jock Ramsey, 49.73, and Alan Reid, 50.68. So that's our first class record of the afternoon, and I'm sure it won't be the last one. And then that's all the classes we have completed. The next batch up, we'll start with Jeff Tremlow in Class C3. In Class C3 we're down to 2 starters in that class. Known starters are number 45, Stephen Bradley, and 743 Laura Wardle. Well, one of the subject non-starters in Class D, number 51, Andrew Griffiths is a non-starter, and in Class F, number 59, Brian Beverley, who won the class yesterday, and the non-starter today. if you're in the low reaches of the hill, I believe you'll be able to hear the commentary, but if you keep going further up the hill, I believe there is no PA working in the top half of the hill, in the meadow and up by East Bray, so apologies for that if you go up that far. You can watch it online, hear the commentary online by watching YouTube if you've got a compatible phone. Just search YouTube for Doune British Hill Climb Championship. If you search British Hill Climb Championship on YouTube, Doune British Hill Climb Championship, you should get a fixed camera on the start line, showing the cars leaving the line, and hopefully some timing information on the screen and also commentary as well. So certainly left the line now is number 42, Jeff Tremlow, all the way up from Cornwall in the Subaru Impreza, 2.5 litre turbo, second in class after first runs. And Jonathan Williamson leaves the line at 2.07 for 64 feet. Very good time for a sports car. Jonathan's been sharing this car with Laura Wardle for 35 years, but unfortunately Laura tested positive the other day, so Jonathan here by himself in this class now of two. Unfortunately, David Bradley in his exciting Super Legacy is not here this weekend. So, time for Jeff Tremlow, 53.84, which is an improvement but not enough, so Jonathan will win the class. Just depends what his time is going to be. They did 53.35, and that's an even improvement, 53.16. So I'm sure we'll be pleased with that, winning the class and a good improvement in his times through the weekend. On to Class D now. Modified Special Production Cars, number 48, Ross Alexander Sutherland in a GBS 0, Caterham lookalike, and all the cars in this class, a couple of Caterhams, well there were two Caterhams, one no longer here, Caterham 2 Westfields and the GBS. So Ross Alexander Sutherland 53.66, so a bit slower and stays fourth in the class. Melvin Hartley is third in class. Melvin Hartley, the first of two Westfield 1300cc Mega Boosters. For the second was John Hamilton in the orange Westfield, who led the class yesterday after first runs, but was pipped to the post by the next runner, Simon Jenks. But Melvin Hartley, 51.73, is a bit slower. John Hamilton heading up towards the S's, while Simon Jenks leads the line in the Caterham Super Light. We have a battle across the hills this year with Andrew Griffiths. Unfortunately, Andrew, who was here yesterday for practice, then had to go home with a misfiring engine. But John Hamilton, 50.36, is a good 2 seconds down on his first run. So he's going to stay second in class. Simon Jenks in the class already won then. 47.14 was his first run time. And off the line now is Charlie Fraser, currently leading the up to 2 litre Sports Lever class in his Fire GT3. Time for Simon Jenks of 46.84. Still running with 2.5 seconds away almost from the Gary Dixon's now 15-year-old record for this class. So Charlie Fraser has left the line, followed by John McQuillan in the Fisher Fury. And then John Ramsey, who's now dropped behind Paul Ramsey by 200 of a second. So can he get back in front as he was earlier on? Time for Charlie Fraser 45.70. It's a bit slower, but got to go for the time for Stephen Mallet is his closest rival, and he'll be up shortly. John McQuillan the top of the hill while John Ramsey leaves the line in the Nova. John McQuillan, a good improvement to 56.79. John Ramsey is followed up the hill by Stephen Mallet in the Radical. Obviously, whatever was the problem with Richard Mallet at the top of the hill on his run has not affected the car. And Stephen now leaves the line. Time for John Ramsey, 50.92. 3 points back up ahead of Paul Ramsey. And fourth position. And after Stephen Mallet, it's Oliver Wright in the second of the Radicals. And Stephen Mallet is towards line 45.30. So that actually just missed out 200ths of a second in Charlie Fraser's first run. Now after all right, the Radical, look out for the big green machine of Simon Bainbridge, 4.2 litre turbocharged Audi engine, SV. 4.2 turbocharged Audi engine SB Racing Chrono. In first time here at Doune, has improved all through the weekend down to 42.88, which is only half a second away from the class record. Time for Oliver Wright, 45.75. Simon Bainbridge is followed up by another large car, David Seaton in the Pilbeam. .9 litres of BMW engine powering David Seaton's Pilbeam. Time for Simon Bainbridge is, for the first time this weekend, slower than his previous run, 43.41. Still leads the class by over a second from David Seaton. No sign of Jim Collins in the Porsche engine Volkswagen Beetle. But David Seaton now on the hill, followed by Alan McDonald, 1.79 for 64 feet. Four-wheel drive, Mitsubishi Evo turbocharged space frame, mini shaped body. There are two door hinges on the car which are actually for a Mini. Everything else is purpose built. David Seaton 45.83. Slightly slow, it's currently second. So can Al McDonald be at 45.18, which would take him above David Seaton. Al McDonald in the amazing Mini Evo is heading along the line. It looks quicker than David Seaton on the midpoint times, but it's a 45.89, loses out to the top of the hill. And now we're at the first of our single seaters, and these are dual entry drivers, dual entry cars in the up to 1100cc. First off, 771 Richard Weaver in the OMS Hornet, originally owned by Paul Rhodes up here in Scotland. Richard sharing with his son Tom, so the program is wrong here. The drivers are going to reverse around. 71 is now Tom Weaver, and 771, who you're seeing on the hill, is Richard Weaver. So Richard Weaver, 50.02. Followed up by Richard Summers, father of hill record holder Alex Summers, and a very good driver in his own right. Richard in the family DJ Firehawk, 42.73, a slight improvement from earlier, but it still leaves them. Still leaves him in 6th place. And next to the hill, 77, Stephen Owen, driving an OMS 3000, not an OMS 28. sharing the car with Harry Pick, who we'll see later. Harry currently leading the class in the car. So Steve Owen, Mr. OMS, is currently 5th in class. That's a 42.68 for Steve.
Attention paddock, and we'll have cars in batch 3 at the start line now, please. That's cars in batch 3 at the start line now.
And now we're into Formula 4s, and first up is Caroline Ryder, who's sharing the car with Alex Coles. Caroline Ryder, Alex Coles, as said earlier, now broken the class record in 3 consecutive runs. Caroline Ryder 51.81, and she's followed by Lindsay Summers, who's changed the programme. Yesterday Lindsay was sharing with son Alex in the class L, the DJ Firestorm. Today she's now sharing in the Formula 4 class with Sarah Bosworth in the Van Diemen. So 702 Lindsay Summers in class J1. That's a 54.26 for Lindsay Summers. Now into the 1600cc racing car class. Some of the likely contenders for the top 12 runoff. So the first name is Alan Warburton, number 709 at 41.45. Probably needs to be in the high 38s, low 39s to have a chance of qualifying. The 30th qualifier this morning was 39.18, so anything at 38 should get into runoff. But times have been dropping all through the weekend. Steve Mara 40.06 in his Raptor number 788, as he shares with Richard Spedding. Or rather, Richard's Raptor that he shared with Steve Mara. And the final run of this batch is Les Much and another Raptor. Wainwright Racing has produced a number of these cars up in Aberdeen, and this is Leslie Much, also from that part of the world. Then his Suzuki engine, a very original Raptor, 38.58. That's a good time for Les. Could give him a chance of qualifying for the runoff again. So that's the end of that batch. I'm going to see the cars coming back down shortly. So going back, the Class C3, only 2 runners. Jonathan Williamson winning, 53.16 from Jeff Tremlow, 53.84. Class D, the modified special production. Simon Jenks in that class, 46.84 from John Hamilton, 48.03, and Melvin Hartley, 50.56. In Class F, the sports laboured up to 2 litres. Charlie Fraser hangs on to in that one, 45.28, just 0.02 of a second quicker than Stephen Mallett's 45.30, and Oliver Wright is a 45.75. And these 3 well ahead of Mortal Nova of John Ramsey at 50.92, leading Paul Ramsey 51.27. They're followed in by Richard Mallet, Anime Furness, John McQuillan and Mike West. The over 2 litre sports labour class, and that has been won by Simon Bainbridge with his first run time of 42.80. In fact, all the times, best times for this class set this morning. So 42.88 for Simon Bainbridge, 45.18 for David Seaton, and 45.64 for Alan McDonald. the top 3 in that class, and that is all we have in completed classes so far. So we gave you some non-starters up to class F, and the single-seaters in class I for up to 1100s. I've already told you to swap Tom and Richard Weaver around. 2 non-starters today caused by going off the track yesterday. Keith Weeks from Stricken in his image at number 74 is a non-starter, and George Cole Jr. in his Porsche number 78 is a non-starter. And at the bottom of the list in that class number, the car David Tatum late entry is car number 79. So Lindsay Summers addition in class J1. Going on to the next page, class K2, Andrew Patterson is a non-starter today, and in class L, Lindsay Summers has transferred as we've been talking about. And that's all the changes up to the end of class N. I will give you the ones in the Scottish classes when we get close to that batch. So it was an instant-packed day yesterday with a number of delays caused by damage to the barriers. Funny enough, some of the cars seem to come off much less badly damaged than the barriers, but 1 or 2 cars didn't survive very well indeed. And these are the ones we're not seeing today. We had one incident this morning, David Adam managed to spin between the barriers in the lower half of the hill. Because a slight delay till they managed to winch him out of the way. But apart from that, so far today it's been fairly good behaviour. The sun is out, it's less windy than it was yesterday. So if you got a chance to do it into paddock and you really decide that you've seen enough of the cars climbing the hills or on your way out to the car park, take a diversion through the paddock and look at the cars that are there. Look at these Porsche Lever cars, look at the SP Racing Chrono and Al McDonald's Mini. Just be amazed at the engineering work and the thought that's gone into building these cars. Porsche Lever, as it says, anything goes really. Those of you with longer memories may remember the Nick Manic, which used a helicopter turbine to keep the turbocharger, which gave power to the engine going. So this wonderful high-pitched whine of the turbine starting up before the actual engine kick-started and the car disappeared up the hill. I did 0 to 64 feet time, or certainly in the 1.7 seconds. 0 to 64 feet. Sorry, the car started beside me here. Do give me a surprise sometimes. 0 to 64 feet in 2 seconds is equal to 1 G gravity. So if you're within 2 seconds, it's a good start launch. 1.79 from Al McDonald. It's very good indeed. So, at the 1100 single-seaters, and the first one is Leslie Sheridan in our Radar 903, circuit racing Formula 3 car, adaptive hill climbing with a Suzuki engine. And she's followed up by one of our younger competitors, his first weekend here on the hill, Rory Seaton, the son of David Seaton, improving all the time, down to 51.52 this morning. We started off with a 70 in his first run. So, Rory's starting to get to know the car and more faith in what it's doing and understand what it's doing. His previous car was a Suzuki Swift, so slightly different in characteristic. So Lindsay Summers a 54 point, Leslie Sheridan a 49.20, which is slightly quicker than before. Rory Seaton, he's got a problem. 23 to the garden gate and 37 to the speed trap, 39 to junction. So Rory's obviously still mobile, but he must have some kind of mechanical problem. He's obviously 2.18 off the line, but everything since then has been slow. But no indication of any need for recovery yet. If the car gets up East Bray, he should get to the finish line. Yes, he's through the S's in 66, so he's going to get to the finish line, but an unrepresentative time. Gavin McLaren leads the Gavin McLaren leaves the line, and Rory Seaton at the finish in 80.63. He obviously had a problem well down the hill because he was low to garden gate, which is the first 20 seconds of the hill. So Gavin McLaren heading up the hill, he's followed up by Tom Pitt in an OMS 3000. New car to Nigel this year, Nigel Pitt, sorry. New car to Nigel this year. Gavin McLaren 49.12, that's a good improvement for Gavin by 2.22 seconds. Push him up the order a bit in the class. Nigel Pitt 2.07 off the line. It's a good time for 1100cc. Currently all the top cars still to come for the top 4. But Nigel Pitt is heading up towards the Essence. He's followed up the hill by Tom Weaver, former Ford record holder until yesterday. Time for Nigel Pitt 46.31. Tom Weaver, who joined the British team last year at the European HillClimb Masters in Braga in Portugal. It was a wonderful experience for the young man. As a top young driver in the British Championship. Tom Weaver's followed up the hill by Colin Graham, and Tom Weaver's time 43.70. A good second improvement, so another young driver improving on every run. Colin Graham followed up. Colin Graham in OMS PR, followed up by Tom Graham in another mega pit. Colin Graham 45.66, slightly slower. Tom Graham will be followed up by the car which holds the class record. That's Richard Matossian in the GWR Raptor BMW, which Robert Kendrick set the record 3 years ago. And we've got a thought I heard the hooter there, but Tom Graham over the line 46.03. No, Richard Matossian still, clock's still running. He's very quick at the junction, very quick up the hill altogether, but he's now disappeared off the screen. So somewhere between junction and the top of the hill, we've got an issue with Richard Matossian's car. No, he's been red flagged. So maybe there's an issue with Tom Graham before, but Tom Graham finished. Maybe there's just some sweeping to be done. So Richard's just been flagged to be brought back. They'll be annoyed about that because he looked as though he was out for a good time there. He was running 4th in the class after the first runs at 41.12. As I said, Richard Matossian in his after BMW, which Robert Kenrick flew across all the hills in Britain with this car in 2019, setting record after record. Got a top 10 number in the HillClimb Championship, and as is his wont, then he had a decision to go and do something else for a while. But to see Robert driving that car through the confines of Doune was quite amazing. So who we've got left in this class to run? We've got Richard Matosian coming back for another run, presumably, and then we've got the top three above him. He was fourth in class. Next car to run will be Debbie Summers, wife of Alec, who was second in class. And then we've got David Tatham in the Hornet, who was lying third in class. And then we should have Harry Pick, who was the class leader after the first run this morning at 40.19. So it's the quickest qualifier so far of those you've seen is Leslie Much at 38.58. And second quickest at the moment is Steve Marr, 40.06. But Leslie could get into runoff, but I think Steve's 40 is probably too much. Third quickest at the moment is Alan Warburton at 41.45 and Stephen Owen on 42.68. I know that some of the drivers with a long journey to go down south, the south of England, I know some of the drivers are probably packing up ready to go early to get started and get down hopefully tonight. If you've had all your runs, then we're very glad to have seen you up here. If it's your first time here at Doune, then I hope you enjoyed yourself, and I hope you'll be like everybody else who comes up here and wants to come back again. So have a safe journey home, those who are leaving, and hope to see you again next year. So Debbie Summers coming up the line now in the family Firehawk. Not sure what's happening with Richard Matosian. But Debbie's off the line. 1.93. Great start for Debbie. Debbie through junction now in 20.71 seconds. So she's got to beat a 40.19 to to get above Harry Pick. So we're following her up. It's 40.05. 40.05 for Debbie Summers. That does take the lead in the class for the moment. But Harry Pick is on his way up. So he's going to be at 40.05, probably get to 39 for Harry to the class. He's looking a bit slower than Debbie at the moment in the intermediates. And it's a 40.23. So, at the moment Debbie leads the class. But here comes David Tatham in his Hornet. He's a bit slower than both Debbie and Harry at the junction. But now leaving the line is Alex Coles. Can he break the Formula Ford record for a fourth time this weekend? Time for David Tatham. Yes, David Tatham has had a problem obviously. So I think maybe Alex Coles has been red flagged. I'm not sure, it's gone quiet. David Tatham, his clock is still running after junction. And the next car in the lane, Sarah Bosworth has switched the ender off. So David Tatham across the line. Oh no, it's through the S's, David Tatham, so his clock's ticking down. So he's obviously still going, because he's been through the S's speed trap. 95.71 for David Tatham, so it must have been a big issue there. Losing 50 odd seconds. He was okay to junction, but then after that it took him a minute to get from junction to the S's. So he stays third in class though. At the moment, we're still going to see Richard Bertosian if he's going to have another run. And obviously, I presume Alex Coles is the red flag and will come back down for... In fact, David Tatham's got a fail against his name now. So a fail for David Tatham, which means maybe he needed all four wheels off or some other reason. So it's time now to a fail. Even though he had time at the finish. And Alex Coles has been red flagged. So all getting a bit messy here with red flags and reruns. So we're still going to hear about Richard Bertosian and obviously when Alex Coles can get back up again. But the moment in that class, it's certainly at the moment in the lead is Debbie Summers on 40.05 from Harry Pick on a 40.19. David Tatham 40.95 and currently Richard Bertosian 41.12. So Alex Coles already back. I think these Formula Ford cars are very quiet, so Alex Coles already back down here. And about to go to the line yet again. So too concentrating on the screen there to look out the door. But certainly Alex is now up towards the line, ready to start his run. And he's away. So let's go back a couple of minutes and see, can Alex Coles do a fourth class record in 4 runs? I don't have his intermediate times to compare here, unfortunately. But the target time is 48.41. Stuart Bosworth leaves the line, the third Van Diemen. And Alex is up through the S's. as a 47.40. 47.40 for Alex Coles. Another second off the class record. Amazing time. 47.40. That's reduced the class record by 2.23 seconds over the weekend. See the Bosworth heading on towards the finish. She's going to have a hard time to match that one. And then she's followed by David Warburton and St. Anthony Gould, a serious contender for a runoff place. Sarah Bosworth 50.61. That's a good time for Sarah in the 50s. So Dave Warburton. David was second in class and it's 36.93, which actually takes him into the lead of the class and within half a second in fact of the class record. So what can Michael Andrew and Simon Mackay do? Michael Andrew. Michael Andrew not registered for the championship. It's a 44.04 for Michael Andrew. Simon Mackay just missed out on a runoff place this morning on a 39.18. He got his first runoff yesterday. Didn't score a point unfortunately. Darren Gumley, yet again Darren, 1.96 under 2 seconds for 64 feet. Time for Simon Mackay, 38.76. With Simon Mackay 38.76, which is improvement at first run. Still leaves him down in 5th in class, but he could qualify if things go his way. Dan Gumley 39.95. Richard Spedding on the hill was leading the class. Now in second place behind Dave Warburton. Now Richard in second place behind Dave Warburton, 36.93. We get into the realms of class records here. Sean Gould sets the record at 36.40. So Richard 37.13 for Richard, so just a bit slower than earlier and stays second in class. And now the last runner in the class, Stuart Sugden, 38.17 in the class run, also finished in the runoff earlier with Stuart Sugden at 36.87 in the runoff, and that's at 37.92 this time.
Attention paddock, and we'll have cars in batch 4 at the start line now please. That's cars in batch 4 at the start line now.
Pick that class later, or shortly, once you've had the 3 2-engine cars in the over 2 litres. Graham wins the first one on the hill. And he's got an issue, because we've just had the hooter down here. Got a time at junction of 20.11, but obviously Andy S is 32.41. Well, that's an interesting one. We did hear the hooter, but 39.54 for Graham Wynn. Apparently Graham just nicked the barrier and then carried on, so obviously they were going to stick, there was something going to happen. That's one of Graham's best times of the weekend, in fact. 39.54. I don't think he beat that yesterday. In fact, that is Gray's best time of the weekend. Even though he apparently did hit a barrier, or rubbing into a barrier on the way up. So 39.54. People at the edge of qualification there for the runner, depends what others do in the meantime. Now we've got Mingy and the Gould, GR55. Got that started now, but the electrical resetting maybe. With Nicola on the line. Former ladies record holder here, and 2/10 away from it in our first run this morning. So how did she do? 2.13, a good start time. So the target time here now is target time for Nicola is 39.44, which is Olivia Cooper's ladies hill record. She's looking a bit slower than that at the moment. Comparing her time against Graham Wynn's time. She's very close to the record though, she's going to be in the mid-39s. And it is a new ladies record, 39.35 for Nicola Mingy's. 39.35, a new ladies hill record. So, the last car in this batch, better Kevil.
Attention paddock, could a member of Scott Moran's team come to the club office please?
Time for Bernard Kevil of 46.75. Well, what a session we've had there, that batch. A new ladies hill record from Nicola Mingy. So I spoke to this morning in the paddock and she was saying that she didn't think she could do it any longer. She was a bit, car was getting quite big for her, but hey, another 10th of a second off the hill record, nothing to be ashamed of. 39.35 as you get it back from Olivia Cooper, who is not here this year. I'm sure we'll be back next year, Olivia, to try and get that record back again. So, Cucho was not man of the meeting to be decided this weekend, because I'm not sure who would you choose. Because would you choose 17-year-old Alex Coles, setting 4 consecutive Formula 4 class records, to leave the record over 2 seconds below what it was before? Would you choose Alex Summers, who set 2 outright hill records so far? Would you choose Nicola Mingy, who set a new ladies record? Some top class hill climbing being done here this weekend. I hope you're all enjoying it out there on the banks and in the paddock. So let's go back to where we can find we got to. It doesn't look as though we'll see another run for Richard Matossian, unless he's still coming down the hill, perhaps make it another run. So we'll leave that class for the moment. The Formula 4 class, obviously won by Alice Coles, 47.40. From Stuart Blodsworth, 50.61. Caroline Ryder, 51.81, and Lindsay Summers, 54.26.
Class G2 racing cars up to 1600 cc. All got a bit hectic as well, but at the end of the day, top of the class is David Warburton, 36.93. Second Richard Spedding, 37.05, and third Stuart Something, 37.92. And what came with Stuart during that run was that in the runoff this morning he took a 36-second run, 36.87, which was his personal best at the time. So 37.92 is obviously well within what he can do, and hopefully he'll qualify for the runoff. I sure with Leslie Much on a 38.58, Simon Mackay 38.76, Darren Gumley 39.95, Steve Marr, Alan Warburton and Michael Andrew. And that's all the runs, all the classes we can do for the moment. So this time I'll try and get this right. We've still got another 11 registered competitors to try and set a qualifying time. So there's still lots to play for amongst the top runners. At the moment, the quickest times are David Warburton 36.93, Richard Spedding 37.13, and Stuart Sugden 37.92. Those are the three who will be looking to try and sneak at the bottom of the runoff. Well, we've still got 11 to go.
Here we are, back in action again. Nearly missed the start of that one. That was number 10, Iron Price on the hill in his fourth TA. In the up to a 2 litre normally aspirated class. This is actually sponsored by Moran Motorhomes, the business of Scott and Roger Moran. So, Iron Price on the hill, followed by Ian Tucker. Ian, one of those who's not registered for the championship, all the way up from Newquay in Cornwall. Iron Price 40.45 in his 1700cc Suzuki engine, fourth. And Ian Tucker on the hill now. He'll be followed by Jonathan Farley in his lovely GWR Predator with the Terry Davis engine. Another one who's been serial record breaking this weekend. He's used his own class record of 38.67 to 38.01. But again, in the runoff, getting down to 37. And of course, they don't count for class records. So, a time for Ian Tucker of 48.97. So, can Jonathan get to 37 on a class run as he did in the runoff? Good time so far. 19 seconds to junction. If I had 6 up second, it could be a 37. Oh, 37.06. 37.06. Shattered his class record by nearly a full second. 37. So that's another one. Another man of the meeting. Might take up to 4 now. So Lee Griffiths on the line. Been rivaling Jonathan all year. Jonathan really sent down some very good markers here. So Lee will be a 38.44, which is below the class record on Friday night, but comes nowhere near what Jonathan's just done, a 37.06. There we go, Paul Hames, unfortunately running on his own in this class. Off the line is turbocharged, and that's a better start for Paul, 2.07, more like his normal start, so he's been a bit trouble getting off the last couple of runs, but that's a 2.07. But it should see him towards a good time for a qualifying time. 36.84 earlier on. And compared to Jonathan Varley, should be a high 36 this one, mid to high 36, 36.74. So better this morning, should get him a qualification for Paul Hames. That's the top qualifier so far. Now Simon Andrews. Simon Andrews number 99 in the shared OMS. Should be Bernard Kevill. Simon's followed up by Paul Croot, not registered the championship, Paul, but loves coming to Doune and his wonderful 3 litre V6 engine, Jaguar engine OMS. Simon Andrews' time, 43 seconds exactly. And Paul Croot. Fourth. Now down to the top 6 in the championship, Matthew Ryder, number 708, 4 litre Gould. No not been scoring quite as high as it has been so far this year. But letting this big car in this narrow hill. Time for Paul Cruz, 49.39. Matthew's dad watching over my shoulders there. His son's doing 36.9, 36.97. That's a good time for Matthew. As I say, he's a big car, a small hill, a young driver, but he's doing really well this year all round. Then we've got Dave Doune in the car which has set the ladies' record. .17 off the line. Dave won a runoff at Chelsea Walsh 2 weeks ago. Before he then unfortunately had a crash at the barrier on his second qualifying run. But he's well on the hill now. So Dave will be followed up by Trevor Willis. Dave ran 36.65. For a 20-year-old car, that's not bad at all. Trevor Willis, number 5, 2.08. Typical Trevor starting time, 2.08 seconds. And he's slower than Dave to the Garden Gate. But on through speed trap, 117, 1907 to junction. So he's looking at a 36, mid 36, high 36 maybe for Trevor in this one. We're well in the hunt for qualification. We've got 36.7 or 8 maybe, 36.92. Just quicker than Matthew Ryder. And going third fastest at the moment. Scott Moran, 6-time champion, winner of the runoff yesterday afternoon, and second in the new under the old record this morning. So Scott leaves the line now, number 4, 2.07. So let's compare his time to Dave Doune, who's currently the fastest qualifier. He's Trevor quicker than Dave at the moment up to Garden Gate. And slower speed but a quicker time to junction. So 18.5 to 18.8 for Scott. And still a bit ahead of Dave going through the entrance. There's going to be a low to mid 30, low to mid 36 second on 36.19. So a bit slower than the first run this morning, but a good bank for qualification. Alex Summers now, hill record holder, championship leader, 2 wins so far this weekend, out of the 3 runoffs. Getting well ahead of Scott, half a second ahead of Scott at junction. Sorry, I should have shut the microphone down there for Wallace tyre warming. A time for Alex Summers of 35.49. 35.49. So the last runner here. Wallace makes 1.93 to 64 feet. Garden Gate 12.08, so it's just 200s ahead of Alex at the moment. But 119 through speed trap and 18.11 to junction. So yes, he'll qualify if he keeps going easily in the 35s perhaps. Maybe a high 35 for Wallace here. So if I did 35.41, that's faster than Alex, so that's a top qualifier there this afternoon is Wallace Mingies.
Attention paddock, and we'll have cars in batch 5 to the start line now, please. That's cars in batch 5 to the start line now.
And now, following up that blood and thunder, John McKenzie in his Ford Cortina. And Andy Tippett in the historic Brabham, BT30. Runoff winner here in 1970. I was here, I remember it. So these are the two of the classic up to 1971 cars. John McKenzie will go over the line in 61.24. Andy Tippett heading for a 53, 54, 55.64, 55.64. But wins the class easily. George Cole and his Chevron. Just this. George Cole just seen his daughter Nicola break the Ladies Hill record. Can he break his own? Yes, he can. He's breaking that record in that class. Now, another person who's been breaking records and will this weekend, it seems. 46.82 for George Cole. It's the third class record of the weekend. So John Albiston in the Brabham BT38. Really been outpowered by George Cole this weekend. But it's a 50.02 for John. That's probably his best of the weekend, I imagine. I mean, I've got Richard Mattosian being given a run. I was red flagged before. He's now got a run up the hill. So we've got to go back and look at the Class I and see what he needs to do. He needs to get to the low 40. The 40.55, which pushes him up into third place in the class, above David Tatham who failed on his run. The 40.55 for Richard Mattosian in that class. So that'll be the runners and riders now set for the runoff, which I'll give you shortly, but let's go back and look at the class positions. In the class for racing cars up to 2000, normally aspirated. First in class, Jonathan Varley with another outstanding class record of 57.06. Lee Griffith second, 30.44, inside the record from Friday night. Third in class, Ian Price, 39.48. Fourth in class, Ian Tucker, 47.63. Formula 4s, and we've done that one. Class K2 racing cars up to 2 metres force induction, Paul Hames, 36.74. Only 0.3 of a second away from Richard Spready's class record. So we went to Class L, where cars over 2 litres, which obviously seemed a bit tame after all those class figures. Only one record here, that was Nicola, and a new ladies record. But taking the class overall, from the record run from this morning, Alex Summers, 35.13. Second in class overall, Wallace Mingus, 35.41. And third in class, Scott Moran, 35.91. Continuous time from this morning, Trevor Willis is fourth, and Dave Duran fifth. Then this afternoon, improvements all around from Matthew Ryder, who's sixth in class. Nicola Mingus is seventh in class. Graham Wynn eighth. Simon Andrews ninth. Bernard Kevel 10th, and Paul Creech 11th. So then we go to Class M for sports racing and racing cars up to 1971, won by Andrew Tippett. Robin, 53.90 from John McKenzie, 59.03. Class N, sports racing and racing cars. George Cole, Chevron B45, 46.82, his third record. And second, John Albertson, 50.02. That's all the national license classes done, and we're on to the last batch of cars before the runoff, which is Class SA for road going cars with the Scottish Championship classes. I can give you the runners and riders for the runoff provisionally. The final, I shall confirm it later, but the so the runners and riders for the runoff in qualifying order. I don't think there's a double driver there again. I think we're straight. I think we're straight through in the 12th down to first. So with Lee Griffiths, followed by Stuart Sugden, Richard Spedding, Jonathan Varley, Matthew Ryder, Dave Warburton, Trevor Willis, Paul Hames, a good time for Paul, Dave Duran, Scott Moran, Alex Summers and Wallace Mingies should be in the running order. We'll get that confirmed near the time. So the final batch of non-starters in the Scottish classes. Class SA, Paul Hunter is very clear non-starter number 20, and in addition to class 109 Colin McAteer in a Caterham. Class SB, addition to class 123 Roland Skinner. Class SF, addition is Jim King, who's transferred from A1 in his Mazda, and two non-starters are 119 and 120. And in Class SN, in fact, Les Van School is in Class SM, so that's all one class. In Class SN there are no entries, so 3 cars in Class SM. So we're about to go with the first of the cars, which will be Colin McAteer. Colin McAteer in a Caterham from my hometown of Shot, or where I used to live, in Lanarkshire, and Colin about to leave the line, running third in class at the moment. But Colin just 100th ahead of the next car to run, which is John Welsh in his Westfield. So who'll blink first? Colin McAteer 52.11, then that advantage over John Welsh, so what can John Welsh do? Currently 0.2, he's 2 tenths behind the junction, and he's 1.1 seconds behind the S's, so he's obviously not a very great crossing of the meadow and he's Bray. So he's lost a bit of time there, John Welsh, 53.71. So that's no improvement. So Colin McAteer stays third in class at the moment. Les Johnson in his Hillman Imp. Here on the top of the hill, followed up by Jim Howard in his BMW Mini Cooper S. Time for Les Johnson of 61.60. Jim Howard on the hill added Alan Cameron in his Porsche 944. And they'll be followed up by the Flying Haggis Racing Subarus. So Jim Howard across the line, 59.49. So the first of the Flying Subarus, James Fegan, leaves the line, followed up by David Reed. Alan Cameron pushes the top of the hill. 56.81 is an improvement, but still leaves him in 6th position. And James Fegan was 5th after the first run. He needs a second to get up to 3rd, above Colin McAteer now. And David Reid was lying 2nd in class by the next runner will be Scott Brownlee. So James Fegan 53.63, so that's no improvement there. So David Reid needs to find half a second over the following Scott Brownlee. Scott Brownlee 726 in the car which George Emerson drove in an earlier class. So David Reid might get to 50s. Oh, 49.89. 49.89 for David Reid. I think I'd have cheered down the paddock for that run. 49.89 from David. So it takes the class lead over Scott Brownlee by nearly a full second. Scott, of course, doesn't know that. He's actually quicker so far, Scott. Can he get it? 49.84. 500ths of a second. Wins that class for Scott Brownlee. Oh, so an exciting finish here for that class. Scott Brownlee winning at 49.84 over David Reid, 49.89. So we're into the class SB, and John Lowe's time is 54.90. And it looks like a problem for Kenneth Sutherland. Again, after junction. So Roland Skinner being pushed back from the line. So we shall see if the recovery vehicles have to go up for this one. And it's just go up that 7-0, Kenneth Sutherland had a flag, a red flag. Possibly some sweeping up the top for the previous competitor. So Kenneth Sutherland will get a rerun for that red flag. So just another 7 cars to go, including that rerun, before we get the climax of the weekend, our 4th top 10 runoff. So what's the story so far? Well, yesterday in the first runoff we had Alex Summers winning a new hill record. followed by Wallace and Scott Moran. And then the second runoff yesterday evening at 7 o'clock, believe it or not, we had Scott winning from Alex and Wallace, all in sub-record times. Then this morning we had another record from Alex, this time a new record, below what he set yesterday, to now down to 34.28. But Scott was also below the old record from the previous, before the weekend, and he got an extra point as well, so he was second and Wallace was third. So these three between them have really been dominating the initial rounds of the championship. Two good fourth places yesterday for Trevor last night and this morning for Trevor Willis. He found 15 points so far in total. And Dave Uren also picked up 15 points with a couple of fifths of last night and this morning. Both those drivers had very poor finishes and probably dropped the scores from yesterday morning. So Kenneth Sullivan off up the hill again. Kenneth Sullivan after his red flag off on the hill, and he's matching his time to Garden Gate that he set just a few minutes ago. Behind Ken is Roland Skinner and his Mini. So Kenneth Sullivan's time was a 56.58 for third in class earlier. Again, this car was shared in an earlier class by Ross Sullivan. Time for Kenneth of 55.75. So an improvement, but still lies third in class. So Roland Skinner on the hill already won the class, so his first run time. And Jim King in the Mazda, who had a poor finish to his run this morning. Roland Skinner 53.68. So Jim King in a 72.8 this morning, which is obviously a bad finish to the run. And Neil Girdwood, the other Mazda, was only 200ths away from the class record, so can we get another class record in the second last class of the day? Jim King 53.86, which will give him second in class. So Neil Girdwood now, class record is 52.55. Well, he's kind of really close to it, I think, but maybe just outside it. Look at the times through the essays, he's a bit 53.40. Yeah, it's a bit slower there for Neil in that run, but takes the class. So Les Van Schooler in the last class of the day, number 110, in our MG Midget, leading the class after the first run, but only because Tom Marr had an issue. He was definitely quicker in practice, and Tom Marr was the last car you see before the runoff. Les Van Schooler now heading up towards the top of the hill. 64 our first run, but Tom Marr did a 61 in practice. So Les Van 63.25. So it does give Tom a challenge to aim at. Richard Morris, the TVR, 2.5 litre Triumph engine, and Tom Marr leaves the line, looking to beat a 63.25. Richard Morris was third in class, and will stay. They were second in class. I actually started second in class because of Tom Marr's issues. So if Tom Marr has another problem, then Richard could be second in class. 66.71 for Richard, so a bit of an improvement there. So what's Tom Marr doing? He's 3 seconds up on Richard through the junction, and up on Leslie Ann as well through the junction. Then coming up through the S's, you should be reaching that in a few seconds' time. He's up on both of them, so if Tom keeps it going this time, he should win the class. Probably with a 61 or 62 second. 61.31 for Tom Marr. So that confirms him as winning that class from Lesanne Schooler and Richard Morris. So just to review those last few classes there, the Scottish classes SA, won by Scott Brownlee, of course. Scott Brownlee won at 49.84, from David Reid 49.89, and Colin McAteer 52.11. SB won by Roland Skinner 53.68, from John Lowe 54.60, and Kenneth Sutherland 55.75. The Mazda won by Neil Girdwood, 52.57 from Jim King, 53.86, and the sports racing cars. And Tom Marr and his MG Midget, 61.31 from Lesanne Schooler, 63.25, and Richard Morris, 66.71. So, 12 cars to go for this British HillClimb Championship Motorsports UK, sponsored by Avon Tyres. Round 16. All the usual suspects have qualified. I can think you can see at the top end of the field, so it should be an exciting runoff to finish off the weekend. Top qualifier this time is Wallace Mingies, just ahead of Alex Summers, so can Wallace win his first runoff of the weekend? Alex now leads them by 7 wins to 4 this year, and also leads them now by 8 points in the championship. So just as a message there to say we're down to 11 cars for the runoff, because unfortunately David Warburton is unable to take part. His car, as he came down the hill earlier, was overheating, and obviously they've been unable to fix that issue. So sad that for David, he won't be starting, because he had a good day yesterday with a 5th and a 6th. Having had a bad time with Sheldon, he's not been able to score, and then today he's not been able to score either. So his weekend's coming goods and bads, but I'm sure he'll bounce back from that. And the next round, which is I think it's in Harewood, I'm not sure what the next round is. But certainly there's rounds to go. David will bounce back at that and try and retain his number 9 he got last year. He's currently in that 9th position at the end of this weekend. So the position in the championship at the moment, with all rounds, these are all rounds that count. At the end of the year, the worst 6 scores are deducted. The current championship positions are Alex Summers 144, Wallace Mingies 136, Scott Moran 131. Then comes Matthew Ryder on 93, Trevor Willis on 90, Dave Duran 74. In the bottom half of the top 10 we have Richard Spedding at 39, Paul Hames in 28, David Warburton 27, and the retired for the rest of the season Will Hall on 26. And those are really our top runners most weeks. Next runner in the 11th position is Graham Wynn on the 14. Jack Caution then follows on the 11. So the first car, as you can hear, the first car is coming to the line. It's Lee Griffiths in his OMS 28. 1660 Suzuki engine. And once again we'll try. So Lee leads the line, 2.03, a good start from Lee for 64 feet. Regard against 13.28. 99 through the speed trap, 20.173 junction. And 31.82 through the S's. To the 30.49 this morning, 38.45 this afternoon for Lee Griffiths. The first of our 11 runners as we are now. Second to go will be Stuart Sugden. In the first of our GWR Raptors. So Stuart Sugden had two 7th places so far this weekend, and a personal best in this morning's runoff of 36.87. I've just been building Stuart up there, and he's broken a chain and warming up his tyres. So I think that's him unable to participate in this runoff. Unless you give him permission to run later, but usually you have 2 minutes to get your car repaired. So having picked up Stuart Sugden, he's not going to be able to take part, it looks like. And then we're waiting for Richard Spedding. So if stewards can't participate, that means that every runner will receive a point, but we shall wait and hear what the decision is. As usual in the HillClimb paddock, there will be plenty of people rushing to help Stuart fit a new chain. Lots of running people around trying to get this done. We've got plenty of time in the programme at the moment, so hopefully we can get Stuart on the go again. Wait to hear what Tim Wilson has to say.
That is a big white script then, squeeze this together. Just write this. Say a big ink there, is it? Hey, big enough, is it? Bigger here. Something there.
Started as a hillclimb back in 1968. The car which won the first the very first official Doune hillclimb was driven by Nicholas Williams. It was a Bravo BT21, which later years passed on to Peter Marley, who's the father of Jonathan Marley, who's competing here today, and been for a number of years. So one of the first top 10 runoff here at Doune was Roy Lane in his 10 craft with a Duke engine. That was in June 69 and it was 48.31 seconds. And that was from a start line slightly further back than the one you know used today, more or less back to the entrance of the current paddock just by the trees. And that then was used until 1973 when a shortened version was used which started beyond the first corner of the contender race by the first corner, and the short course was used from 1974 to 1976 before reverting back to where we are now for the last 45 years of that, 1976 September to June 1973. And from that time we had two championship hill climbs at Doune every year when conditions allowed. Sogden has got his car started again. And we should be seeing Stuart very shortly. Thumbs up from Tim Thompson. It's a super quick run and change from Stuart Sogden. I'm sure talking his team, and I'm sure all the people in the paddock there. So, so Stuart leaves the line at 2.14. And 12.9 with Gandhi, 110 through his speed trap, 19.27 to junction, so well ahead of Lee Griffiths. 0.9 of a second quicker. And it's still well ahead, 1.5 seconds ahead. Going through the S's, he's got 36.83. 36.83 from Sogden. Another personal best, beating his one from this morning by 0.04 of a second. So another fabulous time there from Stuart Sogden, 36.83. Will that get him a good number of points for that? So Richard Spedding now on the line and away, and 2.03, very fast start for Richard, so he's going to compare against Stuart's time now. So into Garden Gate and Richard up by a 0.16 per second. 105 speed trap and 19.18, so 10th of a second quicker through junction. Richard did a 37.03 this morning, so he hoped to beat Stuart this afternoon. He's lost a bit of time there, now behind Stuart, going through the S's by a 10th. And over the line, but he's cut it back, 36.69 for Spedding. 36.69 goes into the lead. And here is Jonathan Varley in the Predator. He's now set his best time of a 37.06 in the run this afternoon for a new class record. 37.29 in the runoff, so can he get to 36s? He needs to do it to get ahead of Sugden and Spedding now. And handed away. 2.22, so a bit more off the line. The engine singing all the way up the hill there. 12.67 is 12.67 Garden Gate and a red flag. It's a bit ominous. I think I've just heard on the radio about barrier repair and recovery. John has obviously stopped up there somewhere. You go through Garden Gate, but maybe so that's the recovery vehicle going up the hill now. Yep, so it sounds as though there have been a couple of planks needing repaired on the barrier, so the fencing people heading up the hill now to do that. There's no news, but I think it's just recovery have gone up, so it looks like Jonathan's out of the car okay. A bit of pause now while the clearing up is done. I hope the car's not too badly damaged. I hope Jonathan's okay.
I don't know. You said going up high, that's the one from up high. Yeah. You don't need to put that there, you're not going to run away with it. You know what you're doing there? Yeah, that's the thing. Let's move to later down.
So I've just been assured the driver is fine, and the delay now will be in the recovery, and the repairs to barriers, which have been keeping our fencing people busy this weekend. I'm not sure how many times they've been up now with new fencing posts and fencing planks. I hope you're all staying up the hill. There's a sunny afternoon for you. We've only got 6 more cars to run. So please don't rush away thinking you're going to be here for a while. We'll try and keep you entertained in all that time. You don't want to hear me singing, so I won't do that for you, but where was I? We were doing the history of doing hill climb, weren't we? And I mean, the record, the fastest time of the day was in 1976, 77, that was the 42-second mark. So you look around at what you're getting today, and that would be somewhere close to the maybe the top 20 maybe. But over the years it's come down gradually, and as I say, been quite a few wet weekends. You can see a top 10 winning time of 48.04. That was obviously a very wet one, and some famous names: Chris Kramer, Alistair Douglas Osborne, Martin Griffiths, all hill climb champions. Ray Rowan, Martin Griffiths again, Mark Colston, the late Mark Colston, David Grace, Andy Prio, and of course going back up, James Thompson, Tim Thompson's brother, who was a champion in 1981, in his one and only year participating full-time in the championship. Graham White Jr.'s first win here was in 2000 in his Gould GR51. The year before he won the championship for the first time. Then we've got some people who have had their only runoff wins here at Doune. Ben Butterfield, late Ben Butterfield, who won twice in September 2003 in a Toulouse at Delara, never won anywhere else in the championship. Paul Hames, here today, still competing, won a runoff in 2004. a time of 38.08, which is would have qualified probably for this year's runoffs still. And then we come to the era of Martin Groves and the Gould GR55, the very car which has just today set a new ladies record, 17 years after Martin Groves first used it to win a runoff here. Roger Moran won a runoff in 2006. Scott Moran's first one here was 2008. And Scott's won over 160 runoffs, but across all the hills, but while he's won quite a few here, it's not as many as other hills around the country, so I reckon Scott's won 1, 2, 3. Yesterday's win was probably the 11th here in the 14 years he's been winning. Graham White Jr. and the Predator winning in 2008, his last win here. But then his Raptor chassis coming on strong in the 2011 with Lee Adams, who won 2 to the 4 runoffs in 2011 and then 2 more in 2012. And then Alex Summers in 2013 in the supercharged version of his DJ Firehawk. And Josh Goodyear and his Raptor in 2014, 35.20. And that's when the times were really started to come to the 35 to 34 seconds. The first 35 runoff win. The first 34 runoff win was 2014 with Scott Moran. And Alex Summers has 34.82 in 2015 to win the runoff. Eileen Price won a runoff here in the wet in 2016. Dave Uren 2017. Trevor Willis has won a few, and Wallace of course also. And then last few years, Sean Gould won 5 here in his second life, having earlier won up at Fintry a good few years before that. So all the top names of British hill climbing have been here, have won here. And we use it on our advertising, the King of the Hills. I'm not sure who first actually called it that, but I think it's quite fitting for the British HillClimb Championship that Doune is crowned the King of the Hills. The number of people we have coming here from a long distance away today, I think, justifies that title. We've had a good dozen people probably from the south of England here. That's a long trek up here, and they keep coming back again and again. And a number of first timers have found it daunting, challenging, exhilarating, and yes, we will come back again. So I hope you do, and I hope the spectators will do as well. And if anybody was here in September 1974, and I'm sure there are some of you here that long ago, I certainly know at least one of the marshals was probably here at that time in 1974, along with myself. That was the year when Alex Brown, local Scotch driver, won the runoff in a Palliser. He was first to run, and then the heavens opened, and nobody else was able to quite match his time, and He was only runoff win in a wet Doune in 1974. Alex was still hill climbing until recently. I'm not sure what he's still doing. I saw him at the Doune a few years ago. Well, in the context of the weekend, that was quite a quick barrier repair, and we seem to be ready to go. All the vehicles are back here. The fencing contractor, the track of the course, and the recovery vehicle, so we should be ready for our next driver to appear, which is car number 5, which is Trevor Willis, of course, in his OMS. 4th in the runoff this morning. Oh, sorry, I've got that wrong. I've missed that one out. Yeah, Matt Ryder 708 is next, of course. It was a fail for Jonathan Farley, and no David Warburton. So Matt Ryder is next to run. So we now have the 7 to go. So Matt Ryder is fellow shared this car with Will Hall this year, now running it on his own with his family. So his target at the moment is 36.69 from Richard Spedding. So Matt's off the line, 2.04. A good quick start there for Matthew. Getting used to this big car on this hill. 12.5 to Garden Gate, that's the quickest so far, 110, and 18.5 to Junction, that's the quickest of the runners so far. 0.6 up in Richard Spedding. At Junction, up East Bray, over the top of the S, it's 31.6, he's lost some time there. So 38.36. 38.36. Obviously Matt lost something at the top of the hill there. Maybe just ran a bit wide at the top of East Bray, and he was 0.6 up at Junction on Richard, and then he was 1.2 down at the SS, so he's lost nearly 2 seconds there. Maybe just a bit wide at East Bray and ran up a little bit, because he got to finish okay in 38.36, which leaves at the moment third out of 4 ahead of Lee Griffith. So Richard Spedding still leads, that's number 5, this time it is Trevor Willis. away at 1.97. Typical Trevor start, 2 seconds and less. So again, we're comparing him to Richard Spedding as when he's finished. So as quick as Richard, 12.39. Quickest so far to Garden Gate. 114 and 18.6 to the junction, which is quicker than Richard by half a second. Up over to the S is 29.62. They should be the 35s. 35.94 for Trevor. So Paul Hames, a good 4th overall in the runoff yesterday. The 1.3 turbocharged GR59. Oh dear, that's a good start for Paul there. I think he maybe crossed the line with his front wheels, but he's been pushed back, ready to have another go. Popping and banging away, and it's 2.03 though, great start for Paul Hames, 2.03. .82 to Garden Gate. And 92 speed at 19.3. That's the slowest so far of all those who made it that far, apart from Lee Griffiths. .70 to the S's, so could be a 37.05, 37.05 for Paul Hames. That puts him into 4th place at the moment. So now it's number 6, Dave Duran. .19 for Dave. At 12.570 Garden Gate, that's on par with Matthew Ryder. 18.71. That's 3rd quickest so far to junction. Up to the S's. 29.6, that's the quickest we've had to the S's, so 36, maybe 35 from Dave. 35.78 from Dave puts him into the lead. Ahead of Trevor. So it's Dave on 35.78, Trevor 35.94, and Richard Spedding 36.69. Sure, Strong to 36.83, line for another 4 points perhaps. So right now for number 4, to come to line, Scott Moran. Winner this morning, second this morning, winner last night. Car starts fine. So Scott are on the line, waiting to go. And he's off. 2.05. Up into Garden Gate. 12.09, that's the quickest so far by 3/10. 108 speed, it's 17.91, the first one below 18 seconds. At the junction, up over to S's. Very shortly, 28.46 is over a second up on Dave Duran. At that point, this should be a 34, 34.82. $34.8. So now he'll record holder Alex Summers. New outright hill record yesterday, first run off, and today's first run off. Currently stands at 34.28. .86 from Alex. This was sub 12 seconds at Garden Gate. 11.45, half a second up in Scott. 117 and 17.1. This looks like another possible record attempt here by Alex. 27.94 at the S's. And 34.21, another new hill record for Alex Summers. 34.21 seconds, 700 quicker than his one from earlier. What an amazing weekend this young man's having. So let's lay down the gauntlet to Wallace Mingus now, fastest qualifier. So Alex had it. 1.86 star for Alex. Wallace will be 1.9 something, I'm sure. Oh no, it's a 1.87 from Wallace as well. 1.87. Garden Gate. 11.82, 3/10 down at the moment. But 118 through the speed trap and 17.6, still half a second down, so he's got to try and get that right up across the meadow, up East Bray, into S's. 28.99, a second down, he's lost something there, so could be a 35.29 for Wallace, 35.29. So, what an amazing end to the weekend. It's an amazing weekend. A third outright hill record for Alex Summers, 34.21. Going from 34.67 to 34.38, 34.28, 34.21. An outright ladies record for Nicola Mingus of 39.35. Multiple clash records for Jonathan Varley, Alex Coles, and Alex Summers himself, and George Cohill. Almost too much to count there. So a wonderful weekend. As I said, it would be a hard push to pick a man of the meeting. You're supposed to share it amongst at least 4 or 5 people here. I'm glad we don't have to worry about that one. So Alex Summers there for another 11 points towards the HillClimb Championship. Scott Moran in second position, but just over the old record, gets him 9 points. Wallace Mingus, another third place this weekend, 8 points. Dave Duran fourth for 7 points. Trevor Willis, 5th. Richard Spedding, I think, is in 6th. Stuart Sugden 7th. Paul Hames 8th. Matt Ryder 9th. Lee Griffiths 10th. Joseph Varley a fail, and David Warburton a non-start. So some more points for Alex on his battle with Wallace in the championship. Another 3 points advantage gives Alex now 155 points. Wallace is 144. Scott has 140. And Matthew Ryder 95. Trevor Willis now goes above Matthew, I believe, at 96. These are unofficial, of course. And Dave Furen, who got 7 points, 81. So I think at the moment now, unofficially, after the whole weekend here, we've got Alex Summers on 155. Wallace Ming is on 144. Scott Moran 140. Matthew Ryder 90. Trevor Willis 96 and Matthew Ryder 95. And then Dave Uren rounding up the top 6 on 81. So well done to everybody who participated this weekend in providing us with some entertainment and a stunning hill climbing here. Thank you very much also to all the marshals, the Orange Army who've been on the hill all hours we've been running it. Obviously last night was a very late time for them, but they all came back this morning to do it again. Thank you very much to the start line marshals, thanks to the padding marshals, to the fencing people, and to everybody else who makes this and these events run well. Thank you to the people manning the gate for the tickets. Thanks to the catering staff for being here and feeding us all. And thank you, of course, also to Doune Estates for letting us run this marvellous event here at Doune HillClimb. There will be a prize giving in front of at the start line area, I'm sure, in about half an hour. So if you want to come and see the drivers without their helmets on and have a word with them, do come along and join us. But if not, we hope to see you again. Our next meeting here at Doune, the 4th one of the year, is in September. It's September the 17th and 18th, the Scottish Championship meeting, so please come along to that if you enjoyed yourself today. But meanwhile, from me, John Brown, thank you for listening, and we shall, also must not forget, thanks to Rich Danby and Eleanor for providing the streaming this weekend. I hope those of you online have enjoyed yourself and had a brief glimpse of what hill climbing is all about. If you're interested, look around the country. There are hill climbs all over the place. See if you can find one you want to attend to close to home, and go along and have a look at your local hill climb. So thanks everybody for doing that and for the weekend. I shall be back here in September for the September meeting, and those of you who are going to Gershon Down, I shall see you there at the end, in the middle of July. So once again, farewell from me, and hope to see you again soon.